some people made it out.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Jory Proom, and I'm a sound engineer. I've got with me here Peter McConnell, composer on Broken Age, and also well known for many other things like Grim Fandango, Sly Cooper, Plants vs. Zombies 2, Brutal Legend, Psychonauts. So he's done a few things. 10 years staff composer at LucasArts. And Camden Stoddard, who is the audio lead on Broken Age, also was responsible for sound design on The Cave and dialogue production on Brutal Legend. And we're going to talk a bit about the story behind the story of the music and the sound for the Broken Age title. So I'm going to let Camden start off with that.
This past couple of years have been pretty crazy over at Double Fine. The whole thing with Kickstarter, the millions, everything that happened was pretty extraordinary and really caused a feeling in the company that was pretty amazing. And when we first started working on this game, and Tim Schafer started throwing some ideas at us, and we started shaping out what we were going to be doing, and I started thinking about the sounds, and Peter started thinking about the music. What I slowly started to realize, and as you'll see as we go through everything, is not only was the company changing and the transparency in the company was changing, but this game was very, very personal. It really meant something to Tim, and it really started to mean something to the rest of the team. And we're going to start off with some things I don't think a lot of people have seen, but it was basically the way the game started shaping up in concept art. And what you're seeing right now is actually the very first image I ever saw of Broken Age, which was Tim's sketch out of his notes of Shay and Vela sitting side by side on the barrier. It was the first thing that hit in his mind is he wanted two worlds. Broken Age, as we went through all the concepts and we started like shaping out what this world's going to be, it was a very different story. At first we thought it was going to be a very small game. We thought that it was going to be kind of cute and kind of fun. We were centering on the lumberjack for a while, which was kind of interesting. We were just kind of exploring things. And as we went along, as concept art started becoming more and more full, and Tim started really kind of settling in on what this story was going to be, I started seeing that there was a lot of breadth going on. There was a lot of depth. Things started happening story-wise and concept-wise. Things started becoming bigger and fuller, you know, as it does in game development. But I started realizing that this game was not going to be what I thought it was going to be. And it started hitting an area where I had to really think about sound. Peter had to really start thinking about some interesting places for music. And it was quite extraordinary. As you can see here, this is some of the original ideas for Sugar Bunting, for where Vela lives. We started concepting out like what it was going to be like in the space world and what it was going to be like in the country world. There were alternate storylines that were thought up and discarded. So the whole time that this is going on, I'm starting to like just sketch out ambiances and sounds and things like that and trying to get an idea of where this story was going. But it was very interesting seeing this entire company all of a sudden get this gift of Kickstarter and all this support, and Tim kind of really opening up and pouring out this story just out of his heart. And we all kind of, I don't know, we kind of had this moment where we all started like going, okay, well, what can we do with this? So as you can see, things started becoming more ornate. Things started becoming more detailed, and actually we started getting more refined. This is actually Jessie, the bird that helps save Vela, and some of the Maiden's Feast things around Mog Chothra. I actually started seeing the team kind of pull back and make it a little more refined, because what I was starting to get is this story was fun, and there were some cute things about it, but there was actually some pretty deep things running underneath. I think, I can only guess, but I think Tim had a lot of personal things that were being put into this game about where he was at, where the company was at, and it was starting to reflect into this story. And as a sound designer and musician, I had to kind of think about that. And as we go through this journey, you'll see that things around scope, around the feel of what this story meant to the company, what it meant to Tim, and what he was really trying to say, it started to kind of really broaden, which was really something fun to be part of. Mog Chothra really went through some interesting spots. It was an interesting time for me personally making Mog Chothra because I was under the direction of it needs to be animal and mechanical, but mechanical on a second listen, which as a sound designer is quite difficult. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of show you guys that this game from the beginning started out very small and then slowly grew into something that I wasn't expecting. I wasn't expecting to go to these places with sound, and it was quite fun, quite beautiful actually. As the visuals started coming in, as the stories started coming in, it really gave me pause because I thought I was going to be working on this small little adventure game, and then all of a sudden I started getting caught up in like, oh my God, this is really worlds. Right. And I'm going to have to start thinking about that, which I was not expecting. The playland on the spaceship. I also started realizing that both worlds were extremely stylized. Peter and I talked about this, and I'm sure you'll chime in, but we started realizing that we were working with two separate worlds, so we had to reflect that in music and in sound. And I had never done anything like that before. It was really thinking about two games at once.
Yeah, indeed it was.
Yeah. Wonderful stuff by Bagel and Scott C. It's very easy for a sound person at Double Fine to create things because the visual stimulant that comes at you is just extraordinary.
We should probably mention that, unfortunately, there's not really a way to talk about this game without there being a certain degree of spoilers.
Yes.
So
right.
If you haven't played the game, sorry.
Yes, we have to go there.
So.
How many backers do we have here, by the way? That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
They seem to be everywhere, and it's just, I think the really, the big thing for me about being involved in this game was the new experience of working on a Kickstarter project and what that means in terms of your relationship as an artist to the audience and to your backers. When I first heard that the game had been funded, I sent Tim a congratulatory email. He was at the DICE show, which is a conference out in Vegas, and I just sent him an email figuring, oh, I'll hear back from him. And like 3 minutes later, I got a response saying, yeah, hey, thanks. So you going to do the music? I was like, yeah.
I love this shot. This is pretty much the mentality that was going on. I mean, we were all like, the world is our oyster, and like, I remember watching the numbers the night of, and just I was on the line with people, and they were just like, oh my God, this is crazy.
Yeah. How many people were here last year at Nordic Game? I'm assuming most of you probably saw Tim speak, and he mentioned how when he arrived in Malmö, he went looking for some metal to listen to, found a club somewhere in town, and went in and was immediately spotted by a whole gang of people who were backers. And he actually included a photo of them all together up in the slideshow, which was very cool. The game was, I mean, even from the Kickstarter's startings, I was working on Walking Dead at that time, and I remember the Kickstarter coming across while we were in the middle of voice recording. And there were, I think, $7,000 had been raised. And I'm like, oh man, he's trying to raise $500,000 on Kickstarter? Really? Well, I better jump in here and help my friend. And then we sat there and we watched it the rest of the day, and it was like, holy crap. It was pretty amazing.
And it permeated throughout the rest of the dev cycle, because We were talking about this earlier. It just felt like our backers had a connection and were kind of like working next to us. So that showed up for the rest of the making of the game. Everything was super personal. You were super connected with the backers. We started getting things like people would walk in off the street into the office and want to go, oh, I want to see how Dave's doing. They just like they knew us. It was really quite
people were commenting about, oh, so-and-so didn't sound like they were feeling well. Are they calling in to see if they're doing okay?
It was incredible. It was incredible.
And that fun permeated all the way through the production. All the way.
Yes. Right. Yes, that I got invited to see Tenacious D with Tim, and this is how he sees Tenacious D, and it was super fun. Tim has an energy and a fun and a spirit that is just immense, and you can't help but want to knock it out of the park for the guy, truly.
So after these guys had been working very hard on this for a while, it was time for me to come in. And I think the most common question I get about this project, and it's one of the most common questions I get, period, when people ask me about music, is what's it like to work with Tim Schafer? And because we know he's an amazing guy, one of the most talented guys in the business, and I think a lot of people want to know, well, how does this magic happen? How does a Tim Schafer vision get communicated? And so, people ask me, well, did you get a lot of direction? Did he, what did he say about the music? And in this case, in general, I think the way that Tim leads, and I think Camden can probably elaborate on this, is he leads more by example than by direction, and he inspires people to do great work, but he's not. He's definitely not a micromanager. Is that safe to say?
No, I call him like a lightning manager, because you can see his creative process in about 8 seconds. He'll go, what about this? Oh, wait, about this? How about this? Hey, let's do this, and we'll do 5 of them. I mean, he just like bam, 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 super fast.
For me, it's just like he would normally give me a listening list at the beginning of a project. Say for Brutal Legend, I got Tim's favorite all-time metal, wish list, hit list, and it was awesome. I just sat there and just went back to being 14 and just listened to everything over and over again, and I was really ready to go. In the case of Broken Age, it was even less sort of hands-on than that. We had this meeting, and I came in and saw everything about the game. We did not discuss music at all during the entire meeting, and I did not get a playlist from Tim saying, "Here's how we should score this game." It was more like, "Here's the game. Now, do what you do with it." And which is let me tell you, there aren't a lot of gigs like that in the world, and it's really great to have that kind of confidence shown. So in order to justify that confidence, I think I was sitting there in this picture going, I don't have any idea what I'm going to do.
It's the perfect pose.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Right. Totally.
That's the Tim in confidence.
And we're all familiar with the story here. We have a sort of a spaceship world and a village that's in sort of a mythical almost place, and I'm sitting here going, how am I going to reconcile this, and what instruments am I going to use, and how are we actually going to do this for $3.5 million? I know that seems like a lot of money, guys. It's actually tiny amount in this business. And so I took it back home, and did anybody see Marty O'Donnell's talk yesterday here? It was an awesome talk, and one of the things that I liked that he mentioned is the importance of just having a nice environment to work in. Not necessarily that we need to spoil ourselves or anything like that, but it really helps to be able to go somewhere or be somewhere near where you work that is inspiring to you. And I am lucky to live in an area that's got a lot of open space. and it's really kind of it's a hill, basically a village on a hillside, not unlike Vela's world. And so anytime I'm doing any sort of a project, I try to bring in my own experience to it and see, how does that relate to my world? How can I make it real for me? So I did take a lot of walks, and I did just sort of draw on things that were around me. There's like I say, there's a field that's not unlike the hillside. We have some kind of scary woods up there that I walk through that have mountain lions in them and stuff, and that was inspiring for the lumberjacks world. Yeah. And
no big snakes, though.
No big snakes. Well, actually, funny thing is there are a lot of rattlers up there.
Yeah. But you never see them.
Yeah. So I haven't yet, but I have run into rattlesnakes on the trails in these hills in Marin, and it's an unforgettable experience when you run into one.
I like your method here. You're like composing, but the way you do it is you live in half of the game. That's pretty smart.
It's method composing.
Yeah, it is, exactly. What's my motivation? I don't know if you...
My motivation is not to get eaten.
That looks like sugar bunting. It's pretty amazing.
And we also have a real live wolf in our neighborhood. So the music for Merrick, the wolf character, basically came right out of what I hear every night. If you have heard a wolf howl at night, has anybody heard a wolf howl at night really in the wild? Anybody have that? It's a pretty amazing experience, isn't it? It's like... so anyway, with that, I did a sketch, which, we have this, yes. Oh, and the other thing is, I'll talk about how I do these sketches in a sec, but. So these are sampled instruments, just solo instruments, and I was really thinking at this time, we're going to need to score this whole game with a very small ensemble.
Right.
3 strings, 3 winds, maybe even just 2 strings.
That's right. I remember you first saying it's going to be very spare.
Yeah. And what I did was I gathered the art that you saw before. I picked my favorite shots. I turned them into a QuickTime movie. And scored that as though I was scoring a little film. And I really like to work visually, so I mean, I'm always inspired by what I see almost more than what I hear. So if I can actually score a picture, it's really helpful to me. So essentially I turned the raw art that they gave me into a movie that I could score. And I sent this in, and Tim's comment was that there were one of 2 comments I got in the whole project.
Yeah.
It was, yeah, that sounds really nice, but, try not to get too Ren Fair about it. Are you familiar with the Renaissance Fair? Do they have Renaissance fairs in Europe?
It's kind of like the Middle Ages festival in Gotland, in Visby.
It's a very charming, somewhat hokey tradition where everybody, dresses up in periods of the time and addresses each other in thee and thou and talks like Shakespeare and either talks like a pirate or like Shakespeare. And so it's got a lot of baggage, let's put it that way, cultural baggage. We're out in California. So I was like, oh, okay, all right. Well, we won't get too Ren Fair, I promise. So, and I ran into him in the airport, actually. And he said, have you seen the new art for Vela, the main female character? And I said, no, I haven't. And he held, this was like a commercial for iPhones. He held up his iPhone, and there was Vela on it. I was like, wow, that's really different looking. That's not what I expected. Yeah. And then he sent it over to my iPhone on email, again, like a commercial for iPhones. And I was like, wow, this is something. So I took that home, and I took out the cello, put in bass clarinet, and added the kalimba, which is an African handheld instrument. So that's several kalimbas, several iterations of me playing a kalimba. This is a little bit more earthy sounding now, and then same flute line. And then bass clarinet instead of the cello. No more Ren Fair. Okay, we can move on from that. So at this point, I felt pretty happy with this particular little section. Oh yeah, we're going to play Vella's march music. I also added at the end of this piece, because we're not really scoring the game yet. We're just doing sketches. We're just doing concept, right? Like doing concept art. So I added a march at the end of the piece, which has me playing fiddle and again the kalimba and some African percussion. And it turned out later on that I had gone a little too far in the sort of tribal direction with this tune, but it turned out to be a very nice stake in the ground for the rest of the score. So I sort of proceeded. This is my little studio with my 80s gear. I'm probably working on spaceship music there. And
I loved all the echo stuff you sent me. I was just like, this is great. It was really fun.
So, and while I was doing that, Camden, who hadn't really probably heard very much of this stuff that I'd done yet.
I actually didn't hear the march until much later.
Yeah, that was weird that the march was, the march, it was very important for me, but a lot of folks didn't hear it until a lot later on in our process. But anyway, you were putting in temp music at this point. And in temp music, I don't know if you're familiar with the use of temp music, but in movies, it's absolutely critical. Generally speaking, when you put together a scene in a movie, the music director's job is to immediately find music for that scene that works with the scene. So, for example, in Star Wars, I have on fairly good authority that the original temp music for the big opening shot of the New Hope was, with the giant spaceship panning by, was Holst the Planets, the Mars piece. And John Williams, you can hear, was very heavily influenced by that because the director basically said, hey, I want to do something like this. So Camden was doing that with Broken Age and finding, I really have to say Camden is an awesome, awesome music editor, and he really found some great temp music which ended up affecting my choices a lot.
Well, and what was happening in Camden's world, all concurrently, is I was starting to realize, like, I put in a couple early pieces, and Tim is very musical, and he instantly went, nope, this is big. So I was feverishly looking for something that would feel right, and I fell onto Jerry Goldsmith, and I remembered scenes in Medicine Man just feeling right for this, so I stubbed that in.
So we're kind of compressing a lot of time here in the development process, but over several months, I had kind of set aside the Girls' World music and was working on the Boys' World, the spaceship, which is a totally different vibe. And things kept happening where I would say, oh, geez, it'd be really, really awesome if for this one scene out in space we had 5 French horns. And then, of course, immediately after that, I would say, oh, but that is a silly idea because we only have this much budget, and we really, it was very important for us to have as much live music as possible. And so I didn't, you hear sketches here with samples, and that's just a way of working in the beginning, but I really wanted to have live people playing this music. And so I didn't know where we were going to get 5 French horns from because it was just, it seemed like an impossible thing to do. But when I came back to, after working on the spaceship world, and I came back to Vella's world, Camden had put in this music by Jerry Goldsmith, and I listened to it, and I just thought, wow, I'm really missing something here. There's something. It doesn't have to be huge, but there really is a kind of emotion and seriousness and depth. And also the story was starting to unfold. And something that to be said about story games is I truly believe they are different from any other type of game to score. Because the story is so, everything is intertwined with the story. And the story is, you know, in most other types of game genres, the story is a backdrop, and sections of the game are ways to propel you from one large point in the story to the next.
Yep.
And I can tell you that absolutely every other game project that I've worked on that's not a story game, that's not a graphic adventure, at the beginning of the project, I've been given the entire story. And this is the story, it goes like this, there's going to be this level and this level and this level, you know, we're going to go to the Ice Age, we're going to go to the future, and you know, we're going to kick butt in the Old West or whatever, and that's great, because then I get to sit there and go, oh wow, you know, okay, so we're going to have this world of music, that'll be, okay, I know how to do that, and this world of music, I don't have any idea how to do the Ice Age, that's going to be tough, but you at least at the beginning of the process understand what you're dealing with. Now with a graphic adventure, especially one by Tim Schafer, no one knows what's going to happen.
Especially one by Tim Schafer being written from scratch.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was some story about, okay, you know, so what's the story? And he said, oh, I haven't written it yet. That was after they got funded.
Yeah.
I still don't know what happens in Act 2. I have no idea.
That was in the documentary. Our whole company, we would be previewing these documentary episodes, and we got to the part in the. I still remember this. We got to the part in the documentary where they're showing Tim hasn't written a thing. He's like, open up the book, and so he meant it. I want to start from scratch, and the whole company was like, "What?" And I remember looking up, and Tim was like looking around the corner of the door to see if people were going to. And we were just like, "Oh my God, you haven't written anything?" So yeah, it was pretty amazing. It was.
So and what I was where I was gonna take that is the story is intertwined with every little puzzle, and so puzzle design affects the story, and. So what you're doing is you're sort of going along slightly blind and just encountering everything almost like the player would encounter it as you score it. Mm-hmm. So by the time we got to this point, I was starting to see that the story had a lot of depth to it. That it was about children. It wasn't just about, you know, the children are right and the adults are wrong, for example. It was a very complex set of themes written by someone who was clearly a new dad, and I'm a relatively new dad too, and I can tell you that a lot of those things really tugged at my heartstrings. So long story short, the orchestra had to come in somehow, so this is what we ended up with, played by the Melbourne Symphony Orchestra for the same music you've heard. So same vibe, but done, same two strings played on a violin, but it's a little different when it's like 20 violins.
Right.
Somehow it's no longer about, oh, this is a village on a hillside in another time. It's, no, this is stuff going on in someone's heart.
Yeah. It wasn't a cute little adventure game anymore.
Right.
There was a lot going on.
I'm having a blank on what we did next.
More stubs.
What, pardon? Oh, more stuff. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So another example of how this, this is Jerry Goldsmith again. And this cue that Camden found for the living room, it had a really nice vibe to it, but it's a little bit too, a little bit too, wandering in wonder of everything. And the actual mood in this scene is a little sadder, but it had some really nice components to it that I liked. So this is what we ended up doing with it. Ends up sort of following through on the themes that we did on the hillside. So it's a little more pensive, a little bit more concerned with what's about to happen.
Yeah, yeah. Directly following the story, it was really well done.
And then we have, after this, the Mog Chothra, is that right?
Yeah.
So, skipping back a little bit, you know, there's this big sacrifice scene with this humongous beast in the beginning. And that was the first hint I got of, geez, how the heck are we going to do that with a small group? So I did this music, again, I took the this is what's called a storyboard for a scene. And so, the artist will do a very rough sketch, and then there's some kind of... well, what can you do with a violin, a viola, a cello, a bass clarinet? Yeah, maybe if I use some percussion, right? Bass clarinet can be pretty big. But, you know, obviously, as the scene started to develop, we did actually find a place for this music. I don't know how familiar you are with the game, but it turned out to be what we used for the Dead Eye God.
Yeah, for Alex. Yeah.
So you can get a certain amount of suspense when you're talking about, when you're dealing with a small ensemble, but if you want to get a sense of menace and power and awesomeness.
Well, first we have a stub.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a stub?
Yeah, when I first,
right.
When I first saw the scene fully coming together, I actually went to The Secret of Nim, was one of the few scores I could find that it was actually terrifying, which really struck me as funny. I remember going through all these soundtracks, but this is the one that really said impending doom. Coming at me, so it was an odd source, but going through and listening to that soundtrack was wonderful. It was wonderful, but there really had to be this sense of Mog Chothra was a real threat.
Right.
It wasn't like just this occurrence that happens in the adventure game. It's like it's a serious deal.
And what it needed, there was a little bit more sense of bigness, and. So there's nothing for bigness quite like an entire bass section. And this is a very tricky scene to score because these maidens are about to be sacrificed, but all of them except the main character are kind of looking forward to it. And they're fighting over who's going to get eaten first. But deep down inside, they're kind of, everyone there is kind of like, geez, I don't know about this, you know? And so the music had to portray the bigness of the beast of Mog Chothra, but also the tension that's going on in the characters' minds about, okay, well, now what happens next? Okay. And meanwhile, you as the player are trying to solve this puzzle, which is, how do I get how do I rescue myself? And so I took one bass line and just repeated it over and over and over and over again. Here's where it repeats. And just kept bringing in more and more instruments. So how did we get this group involved? Because, obviously it's sort of like you start with a situation, you go, okay, well, this is what we can afford to do, but this is really, the A is what we can afford to do. How do we do what we want to do? And this is an example of how Kickstarter is a little different from other ways of doing things. While I was working on Broken Age, I was talking with a fellow named Andrew Pogson, who is the assistant music administrator for the Melbourne Symphony Orchestra in Australia. And he had called me up to do orchestrations of Grim Fandango music. Everybody know what Grim Fandango is? Any Grim Fandango fans out there? Right, yes. I still get that these days. And so I was working with this, with Jonathan Sachs, my friend, who's an orchestrator who works for Randy Newman and does Toy Story and Monsters, Inc. and a bunch of really cool big productions like that. And he was helping me out with this orchestration for Grim Fandango music, and I was talking with Andrew Pogson at MSO every other day and saying, well, it's coming along, and in the middle of all that, I got this email from Andrew saying, I see that you're the composer on Broken Age. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I am. Well, any thought of maybe getting the Melbourne Symphony involved? And I was like, boy, you read my mind. That's awesome. Yes, of course I'd like to. But what then followed, what do we have? What then followed was this process that, Boys World. What then followed was this process that took months to actually get everybody to sign off on getting an orchestra involved with the budget that we had to work with. And part of the reason that it was all able to happen was that Andrew was a backer.
Right.
And he was personally invested in the success of the game. And so he made things happen that I guarantee you we could not have done what we did probably for about, even half the whole music budget.
When you first told me about it, I thought you were joking.
Yeah, I know. It was just crazy. It was really like a divine intervention that we were able to get an orchestra involved. We're going here to the Boys World, which is an entirely different universe. And all I got for this was, oh great, now I got the guy's name, Olafur.
Olafur Arnalds.
Anybody familiar with him? He's a really cool artist from Iceland. And so he did some ambient music that I was given as a reference. I unfortunately don't have here, but the boys' world is completely different from the girls' world. It's lonely and small and confined, and the only thing the boy wants to do is get out of it.
I do have some if you'd like to play it.
That's all right. Okay. We'll just go on. Yeah. So
here's the sketch.
This was the sketch which I did with electric violin, celeste, and glockenspiel samples. And the idea here is evoke the idea of a nursery with childlike sounds like toy piano and celeste, but make it sad.
That's right, because he was surrounded by toys.
Yeah, he's surrounded by toys that he doesn't like. a small amount of this music for the boys' world, but for Shay's world, but it set a tone for the entire level. I think we can go on to
And then we have the stuff.
So I started stubbing in things in the boys' world. This was actually a piece that I did, foolishly thinking, oh, I could compose my own stub-in music, but then I soon realized that if you're doing sound design on a game, you don't really have time to do that. So this was my only stub-in that I personally did, but I really liked the Celeste sound and the vibe, so I did that. And then I hit upon Thomas Newman and Wally. And it just struck me how perfect that was, how that fit. Because there was this whole feeling of loneliness and repetitiveness and wanting to get out, and yet there's this playfulness underneath it. So, much to the team's delight, I started stubbing in Wally music everywhere. And it really seemed to fit, like really cohesively. Particularly like this piece, very wonderful.
Yeah. And that music also was another piece that made a case for having a larger ensemble sound for this, if we could possibly get one. And but it's a little bit, we had a little bit of a sadder mood to deal with. A slightly smaller sound. And this is actually the sextet playing. It's the three strings and right. 3 winds not doing very much right now. What's the? Oh yeah.
And then the train. The train was a particularly funny part because the direction I got from Tim was that he wanted music in there that would force people to find the solution. They just wouldn't want to keep listening to it. It had to be very irritating, and I remember talking to you about that, and it had to be this piece that was very repetitive and very much...
It's kind of funny to actually try to be irritating. And so I got my most irritating instruments, which are the 5-string banjo and the fiddle. And,
no accordion.
No accordion. No, if I played accordion, they would have been in there.
I think you succeeded.
That's the whole piece.
Yeah. So it got to the point where I would be going to the animators about sound design, and they'd be working on the train, and I would walk over to them, and as soon as it started, they would just turn down the music because they'd been listening to it all day. It was pretty funny.
So one of the toughest things to figure out in a game like this is when do you start recording, and the answer usually is a little bit after you think it's too late, and people are breathing down your neck saying, when's the music going to be done? Because up to that point, things are changing so much, it's hard to really nail them down. But my very, very favorite part of all this process is working with live musicians. And this here, these are the small ensemble productions that we did in San Francisco. And with the 3 strings and the 3 winds. And incredible, incredible players. And if we can, okay. So, and then we had the symphony. And we actually record all of the symphony over Skype.
A 40-piece orchestra over Skype.
And not that we were laying down the tracks over Skype, but I mean that they were recording them in Australia. But we were, and that's Andrew right there, the guy who we have to thank for making it all possible. And so they were recording in Melbourne. We were listening in Fairfax, California, in Jory's studio, and you know, basically giving direction from one place to the other. And this is not uncommon. In the games business, I've done many remote recordings before. Not a whole lot of them over Skype, I will say. It's being able to work with an orchestra on the level of the Melbourne group is really something as well. And I like to use a real stopwatch. I don't know, all kinds of. And so then we have a little bit of. So
yeah, you were going to explain about the last cue.
I'll just say briefly that this right here was the highest point of magic for me. The entire process. This moment was incredible. But you can give the context.
We're doing an incredible amount of music in incredibly little time. 25 minutes in a 2.5-hour session is pretty hard to do. And we were out of time. We had 40 seconds left to do a 1-minute piece. So it was kind of, and I don't know if any of you who've ever done this, that this never happens, but we'll just play what we're about to play.
What do you think? I think we either have to stop or beg for another 40 seconds, so it's up to you quickly.
Look, it's up to the orchestra. If they want to do it once, I'm happy. If not, it's the end of the call.
Can you spare 40 seconds for one more time? Sorry to do this to you. Thank you. Okay, straight away, please.
So the producer basically convinced the conductor, okay, do it.
2 groups of crotchet triplets rather than a big triplet across the whole bar. Should keep it tighter. Here we go, thanks. Let it run as soon as you can, Chris. Click at bar 1.
Yeah, that capped it for me around the personal touch, because basically the orchestra said, okay, we'll give you that one. It was amazing.
Thanks, Brett.
Thanks, violins,
Peter, that's as good as we can get, mate.
Thanks, brass, woodwinds. Thank you. Fantastic.
So we were really just very, very, very lucky in every way on this project, in ways that I never would have believed could be true.
Yeah. So, ambiences or?
I think we can go on ahead. We're out of time, I think.
Yeah.
So
thank you guys for coming out, by the way, after a long night.
Yes.
We were gonna take questions, but I don't think we really have the time without impeding on the next talk. So we really appreciate you coming out. I apologize for the slightly late start, and thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Right on.
Hello, welcome to this talk about the Snowdrop after Unreal in the Unreal Theater. So my name is Rodrigo Cortez. People usually call me Rode. And I'm going to talk a little bit on the Snowdrop and the philosophies of massive developing games. So it's a little bit of a mix. First of all, why is an art director talking about technology? Why isn't a technical director or any coder talking about the technology? So hopefully I'll explain a little bit of my background, and it will become clearer later. So first of all, I've been working in the industry for 16 years. The last 11, I've been at Massive Entertainment. And these are just some of the titles I've been working on. But actually, my main role at Massive has been R&D for at least 10 of those 11 years. And then from time to time, jump into full production, like, for example, in Ground Control and World in Conflict. And now lately, I went to the dark side, working on brand and marketing. Very interesting. Also, as an R&D guy, some of the games that Massive has been working on, like, for example, Far Cry or Assassin's Creed, started as small R&D projects where we, for example, tested the FPS gameplay. And since we've been an RTS studio, we needed to show Ubisoft that we also understood how to make FPS, for example, and that led to Far Cry. And the same with Assassin's Creed, where we had tools to be able to prototype very quickly. I also worked on getting this school started. And according to ANSE, the best gaming school in Europe, or the world, I don't remember. There's probably as good schools as this one, but I'm pretty happy about this one, because the same there was like, when you work with a lot of creative people, when you get people from the school, you need to deprogram them normally. And the reason we wanted to cooperate with a school and start something new was that we wanted people to be able, that we could be able to hire directly. And we're in the mindset of production and understood cooperation with coders and so on. So I worked a lot with Nikke Hansson on getting the collaboration going very early on. So my interest with technology started with this awesome piece of Microsoft technology, Notepad. And I was working at Southend at the time. And my boss, Anders Jeppsson, said, like, okay, we need to do this game. It's a lot of animations. So you need to do an animation system. So it's you and another guy and 9 months. And I talked to the coder, and he said, like, okay, how are we going to do this? And it's like, okay, I'm doing AI, I'm doing pathfinding, I'm doing everything. So I can do an animation system, but you won't get a tool. So okay, Notepad then. The interesting thing here is that we were able to do over 1,000 animations, and it was only me doing it, so I had to do all the animations and work on the system, and it needed to run on the Xbox at all times and be very scalable. So we had like I think 150 players, and they all had unique animation sets. So this already started my interest in working in like the philosophy of the tools, and it's not so much about the technology in this case. It's about the thought process behind it. So you are able to iterate, you're able to try things, you're able to do things, and this started as very rough, maybe led us when I was working at Massive to analog. So this was the first version of a game that we are working on right now, when the technology wasn't done. So we went analog, and it's like, okay, we need to show gameplay. How do we show gameplay? So we need to build this diagram, and if people have been at Massive, it's in the entrance still, where we pitch an RPG shooter in urban environments with cover system. And we had like the chief creative officer of Ubisoft was coming to Massive. And it's like, okay, he's coming in 5 days, and we need to show something. And it's like, ah! And I'd never done this before, so we were at the basement at Massive painting this thing, and got approved, which led to this little project, which was the latest R&D became this. Obviously, there was a big process getting to this point. But I'm going to show you a little movie showing what type of game it is, and probably most of you have seen it, but still. So again, a very small project became a huge project. I think it's one of the biggest in Sweden right now, at least the biggest massive has ever done. We're lead studio on it. We're working on this technology called Snowdrop to be able to make it, and it's for the next generation of consoles, or the new generation of consoles. Next is before they came, and the PC. So I'm not going to go into much details here. So there are some challenges working on AAA and working on the division, the league where we wanted to be. We wanted to work with the best type of games. At the same time, we're in Malmö, Sweden. And there is a little bit about Malmö, like the fact that we have this conference in Malmö, the fact that there is the tallest building in Scandinavia in Malmö, and the bridge, and it's like the Malmö mentality. We want to do the biggest things, and it's also the Scandinavian thing. And if you saw the presentation about David, it's the same thing. That this is the type of things we want to do. We want to do the biggest, but maybe we don't have the assets to do it. For example, the constraints of just being in Malmö, it's hard to attract talent or scale the company. And we don't want to scale the company. So some of the challenges working on the new gen consoles is obviously more power. They're around 10 times more powerful in certain things, maybe not so much in others, but they're very, very powerful machines. But it actually means that it takes longer. A polygon count of 10,000 per character instead of 2,000 takes longer time to do. There's higher resolution, there's more content, there's larger view distance, and so on. It takes more time. And if you look at the AAA game segment generally, and a lot, especially looking at the last generation of games, and if we take the example of Assassin's Creed, which is like the flagship title of Ubisoft, the first version came very early on in the generation, and it was a big game, but like the last one, for example, Black Flag, you had so many activities, you have the ship thing, and it's like a huge open world, and like so many things you can do. So the scope of the games are becoming huge, budgets are becoming huge, time to make, and the amount of people working on it. You probably heard about GTA, the most expensive project so far, 2 billion, whatever, and 1,000 people working on 5 years. So AAA business is getting a little bit dangerous. It's risky to make, and there's less and less games making more and more profit. So it's becoming even more polarized than it was before. We want to be in this space, and we had to work with technology, with art, with design, everything together to be able to make it, obviously. And that was last generation. Who knows what will happen now? Since, like I said before, like there is more resources, there is more things to do, and the first batch of games that came were more in a transition period. Now the interesting thing happens with the next generation of games, where it's going to be even more advanced, even more, I guess, more people working on the projects, even longer development times, and even bigger budgets. So our answer, or one of our answers, is Snowdrop. And the difference here compared to maybe other engines is that in our case, it's not so much an engine, but it's more like a philosophy of how to make games. The way we think about games, the way we want to develop games, the size of our studio, all those constraints put together. So the Snowdrop engine is based on 3 main pillars. The first one is doing things better, not bigger. And to do that, you cannot just make an engine that makes more effects and more polygons and more whatever. You need to rethink many of the processes. So it's a 50-50 process and technology. So we needed to go back to the drawing board on how we create games, how we think about games. And since I've been working a lot on R&D, the very early things we did is that this R&D engine developed to become this big production engine. And it has to work on both ways. So it's easy to develop, easy to try things, easy to share whatever work you're doing, and it needs to be instant. We do it also by empowering the content creators. We give a lot of freedom to all the animators, the artists, the designers, to do whatever they want or need to do. So the tool shouldn't stop you. As the same as Notepad. Notepad, there is no stop. You decide whatever is going to be there. It's the same thing here. It's like you shouldn't be put in a production pipeline, so to speak. You should be able to get empowered by your tool. You're thinking of something, and it's like, oh, I want to try this, and then you should just be able to do it, hopefully without the help of programmers. So you have the tools just supporting you. And this is also another thing. It's like, especially in our case, where we want to be in the AAA segment, but we have massive. It's a big studio, but it's not huge. It's 300 people, and we have several projects. So it's not only one. And then we also want to do one of the biggest game worlds ever created and be in the AAA segment. So we needed to be able to produce more things with less people, more assets with less time, better graphics, faster workflow. From the game perspective, The Division itself is it's a beautiful world. It's a strong IP, an ownable universe, and the whole premise is that you are in New York in mid-crisis. So one of the biggest things we started with was like get immersion was the key driver for us. It's like you need to be immersed in this world to be able to fully experience it. And especially in open world games, sometimes immersion hasn't been the highest value. It's more about having fun and exploring, but it's very hard to get immersed. So we worked very, very hard on immersion, and that leads on everything. UI, the lighting engine, the effects, everything goes back to immersion. So the first of all, immersion is extreme attention to detail. And it's a mix of like massive how we are, and I don't know, we're a little crazy, I think. Like for example, in this case, probably nobody saw it. I'm pretty sure nobody saw it. That the guy gets snow in his shoulders when he's outside, and when he goes inside, it melts. Nobody has ever seen that. But then somebody thought that was important and put it in the game. And there are like 1,000 of these small details, but all the details build up an image, and you get immersed just by seeing all of these small things that later become bigger. The second thing, in our case, oops, is the open world. We needed to be able to do a world that is free to explore. It's not linear. It's not a map. It's just an open world. And the vastness of it, especially being based in New York, is that it's not just terrain. It's very high detailed content everywhere. You cannot go to any part of New York and there is like, let's have this valley here that is cheap to do. And also normally you need to pick. You do a very detailed game which has maps and is based on corridor or smaller segments, or you do an open world and you lower the fidelity. And of course, we wanted both. Another thing that we needed to have, it's doing a very dynamic universe. It needed to feel alive. The city needed to feel like it was alive, like it was breathing almost. We have the night cycle, which means that we needed to have dynamic light. We couldn't bake anything. And we have weather systems that are dynamic. Things happen all the time dynamically. So it needed to support all of this. And on the last point, it's, and this is a GIF that was in Reddit, I think, where we were the highest Reddit that day, when somebody saw the closing door. And for us, it was a small detail, but that later became a big thing where people were talking about like almost like the big moment of last E3. a door being closed. And it feels almost stupid. It's like there was another game, I won't say which, where there was a building collapsing. And then there was like a closing door, and that got more press. But the thing is, it's not about the closing door. It's about all the details that makes the world feel alive for you. And you've probably been like me, where you're playing a game and you feel like you're running around in this shell. You're like a box. Even I see the character is very detailed and it's all cool, but you feel like you are like this vessel in a shell. And you shoot a car and it explodes. Obviously, normally that doesn't happen. But for the first time, we're getting details and effects on the player where it's adding up. All the little parts are adding up. And we wanted to do... So I'm not going to show this. So you're going crazy. So I'm going to show 6 examples of the engine and how it connects to our 3 pillars and the requirements of the game and immersion. So the first one is lighting. To me, the most important, because with correct lighting, you start believing the world, you start immersing yourself in the world. And you can have a very undetailed scene, very few polygons, very simple textures, but with proper lighting, you start believing it. So the system we made is light probe based, and for you that don't know kind of what light probe means, it's very similar to in the movie industry, where they use a gray sphere and a chrome sphere, and they put it when they shoot something in live, and then they can do replacements of 3D objects based on the information that the sphere gives you. And you probably see it in the behind the scenes of Star Wars and Pirates of the Caribbean or whatever. There's always a guy running around with the sticks and the spheres. So it's a similar system, but it allowed us to do the lighting, a global illumination lighting in real time on large scale. So you get, and this is a Cornell box, which is used like 30 years ago. They started to use it to be able to mimic indirect light and how light bleed works. Like, for example, on the left side, you get the light bleed on the sphere that becomes red, and on the right side, you get the green light bleed. So this is what we wanted to do, and this is what we wanted to achieve. So our coders gave us this light system, which is really nice, with the requirements we had. And again, we never said in the beginning that Snowdrop is going to be the most beautiful engine or the best lighting. It's just that we needed, with the requirements of the game and the requirements and the constraints we had, is that this is the system we wanted to do. And because of the simplicity of it, they just went ahead and did a very quick version of the lighting, which is a little bit based on the work we did on Far Cry, on the light probes, but enhanced, obviously. We needed to do large-scale open world, day-night cycle. So in the beginning, you'll probably see the effects of the real-time on a day-night cycle. Then later, you're going to see an indoor scene where you get the real-time light bleed and global illumination, and also how it affects all the particle effects we have. All the effects are using the same system for the indirect light. So I'm going to shut up now. you have the lighting, but then the next big part is the surfaces. Something that, like, at least to me, I don't know of you guys, but comes to mind on the last generation is plastic. Plastic was, like, the characters looked plasticky, the world felt plasticky, and there were many techniques to try to mimic real-world materials, but they were always based on maps, which is like the diffuse map, the texture, the specular map, the bump map, or the normal map. Try to approximate this. On this engine, we went, and this is a buzzword everywhere, with physically based shading, which is actually a collection of techniques to be able to mimic real-world material mathematically. So the very first thing we did is that we took, I think it was Modo, and did a couple of materials and rendered them, and then tried to mimic them in the engine for every part. And I'm not sure which one is which. One of those is Modo, and one of those is Snowdrop. And that was the beginning, and obviously we expanded a lot this system. Again, going back to immersion, because you shouldn't even think about materials. You're just running around in this world, but all the impressions are coming back to you when you experience it. So in the movie I'm going to show you, the helicopter scene has, for example, a lot of different plastics. On the right, there is the hard plastics. There is like transparent plastics, or like almost foil kind of thing. There is the tarp in the background, the metals of the helicopter. And all materials react realistically to the light conditions that it's given. The same in the indoor scene. You get a lot of work on reflection, specular, and the interaction of light and how it moves. Very important to get the correct feel on every scene. On top of this, we had the dynamic weather. So the shader system needed to react real time to weather changes. And we have this very iconic look on the snow, which is a little bit of like a wet, melted snow. So again, the tech guys worked on a shader that is generally works everywhere, on every other shader on top of it, where you can decide the amount of snow you get. So again, I'm gonna play it. Stupid computer. So we have the light, we have the materials. Now some fool decided to make this place. Wasn't me. New York, and obviously in the beginning it's like, of course, this is the coolest place to be in a mid-crisis situation. But when you start really looking at it, it's like the amount of detail, the amount of buildings, the amount of streets, the amount of everything is overwhelming. And again, we have the constraints of Massive. We are 175 people at Massive working on this. It's a huge project. It's still not 1,000 like GTA. And we wanted a bigger world, one of the biggest worlds ever created in game worlds, and at the highest detail. So obviously, again, we needed to go back to Snowdrop to give us a tool that was able to allow us to produce this with few people, very high quality content, a lot of content. So you're gonna see our building system, which was a very simple requirements. And again, it's like I'm not the tech guy. I only told the guys, it's like I want to be able to select an area where there's gonna be a building. I want it to be like Lego, where I do different pieces, and then later, if I feel like changing the height or width or base, I can do that. So luckily, they gave us. And at the end, you're going to see some variation of those buildings. And much of this footage is a little bit old. I'm not sure. We're going to show a little bit more at E3 So you're gonna soon, in 2-3 weeks, see a lot more. But it still gives you a lot of variety just being in the Brooklyn area. You have the lighting, you have the materials, you have all the buildings, but then obviously it's New York, or actually any city. It's a lot of details, a lot of cars, a lot of everything. Again, very overwhelming. So how are you going to produce a lot of content without actually having to produce every piece of content? We had to go back to, again, not the drawing board, but this is actually a very core function of Snowdrop. This is actually the function of Snowdrop, which is to produce content that is very modifiable. And it's done by an artist normally. It's not done by the coders. So we have something called asset communication. And in this case, for example, we have the first one is you're going to see a helicopter, and the whole scene is set up by an artist, where you can decide how much rust there is in the helicopter, if it's different camos or different whatever, if it's landed, if it's hovering, if it's flying, and everything is set up by him. And the same with the cars. Back in the day, probably not so much lately, if you wanted a different type of car, you needed a different texture. If you wanted a burnt car, that's another car. If you wanted a car that has snow, you have the car with snow, whatever. And now you have one car, and then you can do everything with it, because it's a very interconnected system that is set up. So when the level designer gets it, he can decide himself if it's going to be a burnt car or not, or if it's going to be a red one or a sports car, based on one prop. And at the end we show this bridge sequence, which has a lot of variety and a lot of detail and a lot of fidelity, but actually based on very few props. There is not a lot of props, it's just that the variation you get from it. With epic music, everything's cooler. Yeah, you have all of these details, you have all of the world, but like I said before, normally this could be achieved everywhere else, but we wanted to be able to feel alive. Much of the game is about combat and shooting, shooting guns. So we wanted to have a very visceral experience when you're experiencing the world, and one of the things is destruction. So again, power of Snowdrop is actually two guys. We told them we want destruction in the game. Can you do that? And preferably if it's different type of destruction. And then they went away for a couple of weeks, and then they came back with the beginning to what is now one of the most advanced destruction systems out there. But again, because we gave them the power to decide on what they wanted to do. So our destruction system is real-time. Nothing is pre-calculated. And for every material, you get different response on the shattering, the destruction, and it's a mix of particles and real-time Boolean operations. not the coder, so don't ask me the exact details of this. But it's just cool. And when you're experiencing the world and we are in combat and you're shooting, it's quite amazing. And again, at E3, you're going to see much more. So lastly, this is the first time we show the UI system. It comes back to two things. First is that we wanted to have something that is immersive. The UI didn't come from like, we want a cool UI. It came from like, we want to immerse the player and we hate this 2D layer that is stopping me from seeing the game. It's an immersion breaker. I want the UI to be in the world. And obviously, Minority Report was a big inspiration since we have people interacting with the interface in real time and it's surrounding them. So I'm going to show some examples of the UI. And again, everything is integrated. There is no middleware, there is nothing. You don't go outside of the engine. It's inside of the engine, and you can interact with every UI part. So in the beginning, I'm going to show you this tunnel piece of UI for entering special areas in the game, where anytime you, in the game you can just pause the game and fly everywhere and interact with it. The second part is going to be on the top right. It's going to be on the this is a very simple UI thing, but you can probably extrapolate to how powerful it is when you can interact with it and see all the effects directly. And then the last part is going to be on the mega map that we showed at E3, where a lot of people were like, yeah, sure, that's After Effects, of course. And no, it's not. It's actually the real map. And I'm going to show you a little bit on like when one of the features that we haven't shown before is that you can actually fly in the map mode everywhere. So it is a real map. It is actually functioning. And this is obviously taken from the editor that I just did yesterday. But again, at E3, you're probably going to see it better. Why do I have the worst computer ever? Of course. So that was the last part I was going to show. The interesting thing about Snowdrop is that, at least to me, all the different parts of the game looks amazing. And it doesn't matter if you go to the UI or the AI or the animation system or the lighting system. Never was it said that we're going to have the best of any of those. And I think we have almost the best in every part. And it's not a coincidence that this happens. It's because the system was built in such a way. And Snowdrop is built on the foundation of that we're empowering the content creators. So when you give any part of the engine to anyone, it's like, okay, can you do this? And then you don't have to set up, you don't have to define anything. They just run away with it. And as you saw, probably many of the editors, everything is integrated. So everything has the same node system, the same color pickers. There is nothing going outside of the engine. Game and editor are the same. So you get a lot of these really nice side effects, almost. So even though you might not believe me, the good graphics, the animation, everything is good side effects of a very, very strong tool set. And if you go to the philosophy that we have the better, not bigger, empowering the content creator, and doing more with less, it's actually applicable to all the things that we do with Snowdrop and at Massive. And also, with the going back to the game, where immersion was very, very important for us, it led us to all the decisions that we have in the division right now. So thank you very much. Hope you liked the presentation. Are we going to have a Q&A? Yes? So if you have any questions, you can just ask. Anybody has questions?
Do you have any more info how those spheres work? Like
the spheres?
You could see the spheres in the scene. Is that the lighting spheres?
Yes. So again, I'm not the coder, so probably I won't give you the best answer. But it's based on a similar system that was used in Far Cry, and I think there is a paper on it on GDC Vault. The difference here is that we have the capability to produce way more. The fidelity is very high. It's, I think, within the meter. And it's so there is no work for the content creator. It's generated on the street level and then up on the buildings, and it uses the building system to know where the building is. Then it's updated, I think, on the GPU in real time. So you get, when you're moving around in the world or the time of day changing, the whole world is being rebuilt at all times. More than that, I probably can't say, and I probably can't help you since I didn't code it.
Yeah, thank you.
That's what I need. Other questions? Over there?
Can you tell us something about the behavior? How are they designed for the non-player characters?
The cool thing is, like, as you saw in the notes, for shaders or for UI or for everything, it's the same system. So the behaviors are done that and I don't want to go into details because probably somebody's going to kill me. But it uses the same behavior, which is like giving them intentions, and you have like a list of intentions that they can do, and you can connect it to different archetypes of enemies, where they can be, like, for example, they have an ability that they, if somebody runs to their cover, they will run away, and then that's an ability, or they react smartly to different skills and so on. But it's again, it's using the exact same node-based system for the behaviors. Over here.
Do the content creators create the faces of the building, or do they come from some magical place?
No. So all the Lego pieces are created by an artist, and it's more that we take a look at the type of buildings, like different type of architecture and style, and then we choose the areas we want. Like we part the building in different, like the entrances, the windows, the corners, the tops, if there is like just a brick wall, or if it's a modern type of building, if there is a storefront and so on, and do all the pieces. And then when they go into the system, it can be upgraded. So you might start with only one type of building, with let's say 10 pieces of Lego, and then since it's scalable, all of a sudden you have 5 more pieces because somebody requested. They were building, and it's like, I'm actually missing a balcony. It would be great with a balcony, and then somebody does a balcony, and it comes in, and you can start putting balconies wherever you want. Or I would like to have a variation of the color, and then it's a collaboration between the artist and the level designer working on it.
So I was actually going to ask you the same question about the Lego pieces, but did you draw any inspiration from other like dynamic building creation tools? And my second part of that is, are you going to use, because it looks really powerful, are you going to use that tool for other things like
base building,
city planning and that sort of thing?
I don't want to go into details on future plans or projects. But yes, the system, we're very inspired by obviously stuff going on everywhere, but also a lot on offline tools. Like Houdini is a big inspiration of how they work with their thing, how you set up the effects, how you set up flows, and so on. But most of it comes from the requirements we want. We're like, I'm like a dummy. I'm like I want this. It needs to be able to do this, or it needs to look this way. And then there are smart people taking it from there.
I have a question of the actual development of this tool. What sort of communication do you have between the designers and the programmers?
You mean workflow-wise, or you mean?
Yeah, because I suppose this wasn't done in a night. So how was how did the process look like?
So this is coming back to a little bit how we work at Massive, and there's like a lot of connections with everyone. People sit together and they form groups. Like, for example, like I said before, the instruction was like, okay, we need a technical artist and a programmer, and then they together just go and start. And or like the behavior system, we put a game designer, and it's like, what do you want to have? And then we put a tools guy or a coder, and then they together. So it's based, almost every decision and every feature we have starts with an idea of what do we want to do. And then they together. There is no big design document or technical document specifying everything. And it's like, okay, now we're at item 25, so now 26 means so it's more like what the game needs. And since the game is always playable, and we started very, very early on and just grew the game from there, it's what's in the next sprint. What do we want to focus on now? Okay, we want network to work with whatever, and then like a group goes and just does it.
So it's completely agile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was like a massive form of agile, which is a little bit different. We're not following the whole methodology, but we use a lot of the sprints and the backlog and all of that.
Okay. Thank you.
How true is your model of New York to the real New York? Would someone who lives in New York recognize themselves, or is it completely made up?
We showed it to New Yorkers, and they are very happy with it. Obviously, for us, the most important thing is that it's fun, and it's so if there are gonna be compromises both legally and gameplay-wise, and just if it's fun or not. So those will always come before real-world things. So it needs to play good and be fun and have good performance more than it needs to be 100% accurate. But it's fairly accurate, and like I said before, it's like New Yorkers were surprised when they're walking around the game. Other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Hello. What? Okay. So hi, I'm Leah. And before I get started, I'd actually really love to get a sense of who's in the room, because a lot of what we're talking about today, I can kind of talk about it in a little bit different ways, depending on what the main interest points are for everybody here. So I want to get a sense of how many folks in here are students who are one day hoping to work in the games industry, or maybe doing a little bit right now? Great. Okay. And how many people here have like started their own company, either by themselves or with a group of people? Awesome. And then how many people here are working in more casual games? So I understand. And how many people are more console, other kind of, okay. So that's just a big old mix of everything. So we're going to talk about, I don't know, everything. I'm also going to try and leave a lot of time for question and answer at the end, because I find that especially when you start talking about things like narrative, there's a lot of kind of individual questions, thoughts, ideas, and things. And so I want to try and leave at least 10 minutes or so that we can chat. So if you've got questions, save them up and we'll talk about them. So yeah, I'm Leah. I work at Microsoft Studios, and I work in narrative design. So mostly on now our core titles. Actually, just so you have a little bit on me, these are some of the major titles that I'm working on right now. Killer Instinct, which indeed, yes, has some story. Sunset Overdrive coming out fairly soon, and with our friends over in Finland, I'm working on Quantum Break with them, which is a really exciting narrative project. But I've only been at Microsoft for about 2 years. I actually came from the television industry, more specifically kids TV animation. And for about 10 years, I worked at Disney Channel, like working on, hey, what are the next shows going to be? And then overseeing them. And it's been interesting. So like some of those that the first one I worked on was one called Recess, which was fairly, oh, I see some recognition. I know how old you are. And then worked on Phineas and Ferb is probably the biggest hit right now. That was something that we developed and worked on. And some of these other ones. What was interesting is, while this seems really linear, my job there always entailed that once we decided to turn these into shows, you wound up, it's Disney. They turned it into everything. They turned it into bed sheets. They turned it into toys. They'd put it on a stage. They'd put it on ice, you know, because every company needs a capade. And so they would always come to me when they wanted to make a video game. And so I started working on video games largely as the story consultant for all of these things there. And then probably the coolest thing I've ever done is that then the people in Kim Possible, Kim Possible is doing so well that the folks at the theme parks came to me and said, you know what we'd really love to do is do this immersive experience in some of our theme parks where it's built in. And what they would do, and I don't know how familiar you are with the show, it's okay if you're not a big fan, but she has this phone that basically gives her all of her communication from everything. And you can go to a couple of the theme parks and get this phone given to you, and you can go around, say, an Epcot Center, and there will be pieces of the theme park that interact with you if you have the phone, and you're working through various storylines trying to help her thwart some of these villains. It's like being literally walking yourself through a video game, and once I did that, I was like, I need to do more of this, because this is awesome. And yeah, so I highly recommend it for all of you who have a spare theme park sitting around. Get involved with a project like that. Yeah, I will probably never get to do it again, but it was amazing. So then I got the call from Microsoft to come and be there, I was like, this is amazing, and I don't think I can ever go back to linear now that I've worked in interactive. But I will say, some of the things that surprised me when I got there is that Microsoft hired me to be their narrative person, or one of many narrative people. I guess I just took it for granted that that meant that all the video games that I was going to be working with wanted narrative, and you know, like understood what it was like, and were going to be accommodating to the fact that, hey, we need to put story in this, we want to do character development. And it's not always the case. I'd say it's interesting to me that there's so much that goes into video games, obviously, but narrative has been something that I feel is still fairly young in terms of what we can do in video games, and that's what we're going to talk about a lot today, because I feel like what's interesting is they did this survey last year, and they asked people, like these were all US participants, but they asked just a bunch of gamers of a whole list of things, which ones were most important to them in terms of their likability, their intent to purchase, all those kind of things. Story came up #1 across all categories, which I found was actually even surprising to me. It was more than gameplay mechanics, more than the art and look, more than whatever. It's not to say it came up #1 for every single person, but across the board, it was communally and collectively the biggest thing. So it feels like there is a lot of untapped potential, and we should really focus on this in the way that we focus on other things in games. For instance, I come into games coming from animation, and I'm looking at the art. We've done a really good job as a games industry, like making huge strides in art. Like, you know, this, I had some small amount of contact with Rise, but the fact that like combat looks like this, and when I started playing games, combat looked like that. And so, you know, they've made huge changes and huge strides in terms of taking it from something that was very basic and minimal and finding the right technology, finding the right artistic integrity, putting those all together. And in terms of looking at kind of the advancement, they're pretty far along when it comes to visuals. You know, you start at something like combat. I don't know, it's not quite at the bottom, slightly above Pong, maybe, I don't know. And then, you know, but I'd say we're probably fairly far along by the time that we're now on these new gen consoles. Now, there's still places to go, and I am so thankful that there are people out there who worry a lot about, you know, what kind of resolution we have, what sort of frame rates we've got, what kind of download speeds we have, and all of those kind of things. But in terms of the amount of effort that it's going to take us to move the needle to extra awesome, it takes a lot. Whereas I would argue that in story, we can actually make huge strides for not nearly as much effort because we haven't spent as much time as an industry diving into it. And so, yeah, because I still see a lot of themes that I saw back in some of those days. Like, for instance, you know, we still have a lot of games where you are like, oh, I'm the sole hope to save my planet from alien invaders. You know, that one's been around for a while. Or you've got the, oh, someone, you know, did something bad to someone I really care about, so I've got to go, you know, do something to help them. And my most, you know, probably my most favorite thing is the fact that we have a huge obsession now in video games with like, the undead are out there and they're coming for us, so we've got to get them first. Yeah, they didn't invent that. So we've, you know, these storylines. Now, granted, this is a bit of, obviously, a bit of this is joking because clearly we've come a long way in terms of how much we can tell about the stories. We've got more that we've sang about characters. Hey, we have dialogue. That was a, you know, that was a nice move forward. We've got cinematics, but I would actually suggest that a lot of those are things that we've borrowed from other industries and other entertainment platforms, and there's a lot that we can do to come up with narrative that's more immersive, that gets us away from just, hey, you play a lot of game, and then you go to a cutscene that a lot of people I know skip through. You know, and it makes me sad because we spent a lot of time on those cutscenes. But what it says to me is that the people who are playing the games actually aren't so interested in the cutscene. They would love to have more of the story coming at them while they're actually playing the game. And that makes a lot of sense. And that's what I feel really is what, when we start talking about what next-gen storytelling can be, it's immersing it a lot more into the actual gameplay experience and using all the tools that you have at your disposal to actually make a good story. Because I think on video game, if we were to look compared to, you know, if art's up there ways, I would actually argue that game story is only about there. And what you can take away from this, though, is that we still have a lot of awesomeness to find, and we can get a lot of it for actually not a tremendous amount of effort still. We're still going up our diminishing returns curve on narrative. All right. Here's the other thing, is that moving the dot absolutely takes collective resources of the entire games industry. Because there wasn't one person out there who took us from 8-bit tanks to, next-gen graphics that we have right now. It happens over time, and it takes every studio sort of making their own advancements here and there. And it's great when we can then borrow from things that have done it really well. So what I do want to say is that if you came here hoping that I was going to talk about a lot of, the core elements of good story and what it takes to write great characters and all that kind of thing, that's not what we're going to be talking about today. It is absolutely true that stories about character, don't forget it, make sure that that's always woven into what you do. But in the, half an hour that I still have left to talk to you, we're not going to dive into and make you all like amazingly well-versed storytellers if you weren't before. What I do want to talk about today is the fact that story is about character, but making a great story is about people. And by that, I mean all the people in this room. Okay, so the people who make it, who make the stories, are what we really need to be focusing on. How many of you went to Marty's talk yesterday where he talked a lot about, you have your goose. He had that delightful animation with the goose and the golden egg and it was very next gen. But that really is the core of how we're going to make this better. But there's some specific ways in what we can do. So here's something to make sure you believe in, is that a good story is never, ever, ever, ever about the idea. I can't tell you how many times people came into my office when I was working at Disney and pitched me an idea, and I had heard that same idea 25 times. What I always would buy into is if I believed in that person's ability to execute on it, I knew that it was going to be a better idea, because excellent story is the result of excellent execution, and those are the people and the minds and all the collective resources that we bring to a project that's going to make something great. So, I'm giving you a few steps as we're going to talk through this. I actually decided to start with step 0. I had a step 1 as I was putting this together. I was like, before we even start there, we need to make sure that as you're working at on your project, you need to believe that story is critical. You need to believe it intrinsically that story is critical. And you know what? It's not for every game, and that's okay. There's a lot of games out there that don't really need a lot of story. I play Words with Friends. I'm okay that there's not a story in that. There's sort of a story that I create with my friend as I beat them handily every single time. No, I don't. I would like to, but there's no need for it. There's a lot of games out there that are even more complex that don't really need it. But so you always want to ask, does your game need story? Okay, and you may say, yeah, no, and then I would say, are you sure? Are you sure that it may not, or it may? I don't know. I am also a huge fan, and I did not know that it came from this region. I'm a huge fan of Ruzzle. I play that as my go-to-bed-at-night kind of game, and they just came out with Ruzzle Adventures, I found out while I was here. Hey, they started to create a story around this, and I was like, oh, this is fun. There are characters. There's stuff I can do. I can help them move to different places because of the ways that I can put letters together on a board and find things that happen. Okay. And what that does for it, though, is absolutely creates more merchandising potential, more stickiness with the audience. And so before you just dismiss outright the need for story in your game, I'd think about it, because there are a lot of really big benefits. Remember, it was the #1 reason that people chose to buy games and play games. And the other thing is, are you honestly willing to make it a priority? And this is, I think, where it breaks down a lot. I will have numerous conversations early on in a production with, the producers and the designers and the EPs and creative directors, and they're all like, yes, this is going to be such a important story game. And then 1 year later, when it comes time to, cut things back and, do all that we all know happens on things, story tends to go away fairly quickly, So you need to make sure that you're willing to make it a priority. Really, really make it a priority. So this is the stuff you just need to do before we start talking about it all, because understanding, believing intrinsically that it's important is going to be key. Then, okay. Here's the big thing. I said before, it's all about people. It's about hiring the right people. It's about becoming the right person, if it's you. It's about bolstering your teammates up to make sure that you've got the right people there. And for a narrative-heavy game, it is critical, actually for any game. Here's one thing that's critical for any game. Creative vision holder. Okay, I think this has come up on various talks. It's like, there's someone who's got to have a vision. And I have worked on various projects in many media where there isn't a person who's holding the ultimate vision for what that project should be, right? I think we've probably all seen some of that. And it never turns out to be a very good project. You can see it coming from the very beginning when someone doesn't know what they want it to be, when someone's feeling a little wishy-washy about it, or like, oh yeah, well, it's this, but it's that. And you're like, those two things don't really go together so well, but you know. And sometimes what they try and do is spread it around 8 different people. Well, this is the creative vision holder for art. And this is the creative vision holder for UI. And this is the creative vision holder for audio. You're like, that's nice and all, but are those people talking to one another? You need someone to bring that all together. Okay, specifically on a narrative-heavy game, you are going to need a head of story. And I would argue in many cases, if narrative is really one of the key pillars, those two people might be the same thing. Okay, it may very well be the case that your head of story is your creative vision holder. What your head of story has to do, and this is something that I find doesn't always come out. They may be really excellent writers. They may be able to put a script together. They may be able to pull off excellent dialogue, give you a sense of cutscenes with a story flow that works. But the biggest thing about your head of story is that they need to be interacting with the full team. They need to collaborate with every discipline that's on there. They absolutely need to communicate their vision, make sure other people's visions are coming through. They're going to need to mentor sometimes other people on their team. And it may be that they've got other writers that they're working with, and they need to get them up to speed. But also, and I think this one's really often overlooked, you want to mentor people who are in other disciplines about how they can become better storytellers. And we'll get to that a little bit later, but that's going to be a huge part of it. And then, of course, they need to execute. And execute sort of means a couple different things. They need to make sure that everything goes through. Okay, but they also need to be responsible for making sure that they've hired the right people. Okay, because this is one of those things where I way too often have seen in video games that there'll be people at a developer who maybe came in and this is their 3rd game and they've sort of steadily been rising up doing various things. And so in this game, they're going to give them the chance to be the writer, sometimes even the lead writer. Okay, and a lot of times those folks, hey, yeah, they've written maybe some level design scripts, they've done some other things, but I've never seen a production where someone had been on a couple things, and maybe they'd done some level design and they'd done some producing before, and now all of a sudden we're going to make them one of our key artists. People are like, oh, well, no, they can't. I don't know. Do we know they can draw? They can't do it. They don't have the right tutelage for this. For some reason, people think that everyone can be a master storyteller. And it may be the case that that person's been working their way up through that company for the last 5 years, and they've been honing their craft and writing a ton of scripts on the side. They've been part of writers' workshops, and they've been making this huge effort to become a really great writer, along with understanding how the game industry works and all of that, and they could be a great resource. But it's not just one of those positions you want to dole out to someone simply because they've been around for enough time. Okay, so, and then just keep in mind, the reason you want awesome people is because it begets awesome products. It begets more awesome people. When you have better people to mentor, you want to make sure that you're, taking advantage of that by having the right person in those key leadership roles. All right, so that's the start. This local project is, I think, a really good example of something where you had your creative vision holder and you had your head of story clearly the same person. Okay, I mean, this project is this is about as good as story in video games gets right now, in my own opinion. Like, you guys may disagree, but what I love about it, and we're going to dive into this in a little bit, it took so many things into consideration. The art, the sound design, the controls. I mean, I love the fact that, like most gamers, my left thumb is more adept at moving things around than my right thumb, okay? So you had a big brother who was more capable of doing stuff who was controlled by the left thumb, and you had a little brother, not so good, who was controlled by, yeah, I'd wander around a little bit more with him, right? That's as it should be, but that was smart, and that was storytelling through your thumbs, okay? Because that vision holder had a really great, sense of what they wanted this to be, and they could communicate it to all the people who were executing on those various pieces. All right. The other thing, involve your entire team. And this is important because I know not everyone in this room is necessarily someone who they say, oh yeah, I'm a writer, I'm a narrative person, I'm a storyteller. But everyone on the team is a storyteller. And that's so key to understand. Your audio person, your art person, your UI person, your designer, your tech person. Everyone should be contributing towards the story. And that right there is when you're going to start to get more immersive, next-gen kind of storytelling. Because I can't tell you how many times I've tried to say this to people and convince them of this, so I may or may not be successful in convincing you of this right now, but story is so much more than the words that someone writes on a script. It's so much more than the dialogue that's said or the things that are in a cutscene. You tell story with the colors you choose and the funny hat you put on the guy and the scenery that they're in and the sound effects and the casting. Okay? All of that, the thumb that you use, tells story. And so you want to make sure that everyone on your team thinks of themselves that way and that they're involved in the process. And that's why, again, it's so important to have the right head of story and the right creative vision holder who's going to make sure to put that out there. This will allow you to solve problems creatively and from many different ways, okay? Because there's a lot of things that come up as problems, but when we're just thinking more from linear storytelling skill sets and tools, you're going to miss an opportunity for us to really start to make those breakthroughs into what video game storytelling can be, okay? Because your programmer might have a really good idea about something that they can do to be able to, solve your story problem. The people who are creating what guns your character is, toting around, those guns should say something about your character. Okay, that main character shouldn't have the same gun that every other main character in every other game has, right? And it's really important, okay, back to the whole goose and golden egg, treat the goose nicely, because people who are in other disciplines, you want to make sure that you are treating their disciplines with curiosity and respect. You may be a story person, okay, but if you go to the audio person and think, oh, audio is something that happens at the end of the game, and so we'll hand it over to them and they'll score it and do all the sound effects, why do you think that person's going to have any respect for the fact that we need to start talking about narrative really early on in the process? We need to get art to be really integrated into the discussion early on. All right, so this is a discussion I've probably had with, I don't know. I can't even count the number of people who I come in and I'm like, story. Hey, you know what? Where I come from, I always thought stories were fun. And story, they're entertaining. There's a lot of stuff that, somehow in video games, that is not the discussion that happens often. Sometimes they think it's like this. And you're like, okay, why do these two need to compete? The number of times I've heard somebody say something like, yeah, we're a story game, but the biggest goal is fun. And so fun trumps everything. Fun is always going to rule out. I'm like, if your story and your fun are in conflict, you are doing it wrong. Hands down. And that's where it comes down to needing the creative solutions to these things, because the right story will enhance your fun. And if something about your story is getting in the way of fun, like, your cutscenes are all 3 minutes long and no one wants to sit through them and they want to move on, then get rid of the damn cutscenes. Like, figure out a way to not do that. Because everything about the experience should actually be really integrated to one another. Okay. I actually went to one of our, this is actually a more casual game, but went to one of our productions and just had them list out, okay, if you just off the top of your head, give me like 10 of your things and what order you would prioritize them in. This was the order that this EP gave them to me in for a very particular type of game. These would change around regardless. But the fact that he could actually give me that order, and then I was asking him where a story would go in, story didn't even come up, and it was a story-based game. And so I was like, well, a story here, well, I don't know, a story maybe up here? I'd want to put it up there. You know, and what I found was really interesting about this, though, is that it was like so easy for this person. It was very natural for them to just rank the importance of all of these things. And I think that's such a, you know, look, we're in a very difficult production environment. And so we all know what it's like when you have to scale back things, you have to make difficult decisions. You only have so much budget, you only have so much time. But I think a lot of this would go away if you just stop thinking about it this way and start to integrate it more holistically. Ideally, you can't cut out your story without impacting your fun and your gameplay and your art and your level design. Like, that doesn't make any sense. So I would argue more for an approach like this, where, yeah, at the center of it should be fun. We're making games. Games by their very nature, right? Should be fun, enjoyable, entertaining, whatever kind of synonym you want to use for that. But wrapped around that, I would say in most cases is story, particularly if you have a story-driven game. Again, Words with Friends, not so much. But if you're talking any of these next-gen kind of things, story should sort of encompass the fun. It should add to the fun. And all of your other disciplines should touch the story and be working towards the fun in a way that, hey, audio, design, UI, all those other things, even the ones that aren't up here, hey, they enhance your story. They enhance your fun. Okay? And your fun, story, and all those sort of things inform the way the other things work. Okay? It's got to be a much more holistic approach. This right here. Has anybody gone to this site yet? Anybody gone to overchargeddrink.com? All right, I am bringing it to you in the Nordic Game Conference. At overchargeddrink.com is something we've done for our marketing, and this is an area where you really need to integrate your story as well. So that's why I wanted to put this up here. It is a fiction site for Sunset Overdrive. We launched this a couple weeks ago, and what it is you scroll down, you see a bunch of other things, but Fizco is the company that has created this drink that is going to wreak a bunch of havoc and cause all the mayhem to go down in Sunset Overdrive. So we decided we wanted to make a product page. Sort of get in there, get into the narrative, sort of put it out with people. And the marketing people loved the fact that we came to them and were saying, hey, how can you help us grow this story? How can you help us push this out there? And the tone and everything, it's quite fun. I think you'll start to get a really good sense of the tone of the game if you go visit this site. For instance, you click on nutritional info. Who cares? It's awesome. You know, Fizzy is this person who's like, he's the Ronald McDonald of Fizco, I guess. You know, he's the spokes mascot. And he also plays a pretty big role in the game. So we're starting to seed this character, get it out there. And it was great that the marketing people were super excited to help us do that. But it was great because they brought a lot of the text, the ideas, the other stuff to us. And they made the site so much better than we would have if we were just sitting down with our art assets and our writers going, oh, how would we put this together? They gave us some really amazing input. And this was also a collaboration between Microsoft's creative team, Microsoft's marketing team, Insomniac's creative team, and Insomniac's sort of social media and PR group. They all came together and worked on this, and of course, then everybody grabbed their artists, grabbed whatever. So it's a fun project, I would say, look at it, but it's a good example. This is another thing that we do to give people the opportunity to think about story, even if story isn't necessarily their first thing, or even if it is, and share other things. We have Game Club, and we do this about once a month. It's like book club, but better. And what we do is everybody who wants to come, anyone who has any interest in story, we invite people from all of the different disciplines. We invite producers, we invite artists, we invite designers, get together in a room after having played a particular game, and we discuss, hey, what about this was really awesome? What were some of the things that, you know, what were some of the things that you really responded to? Why did you respond to it? Okay, art person, what would you have done a little differently? This is an interesting game to have looked at with art person. What would you have done differently? Because one of the things I love about this game is the fact that, yeah, the art wasn't the focus of it, but in many ways that art told part of the story, and that was fun, even though it was so basic. How many people have played this? Is Mike here? I know that Mike was maybe going to be attending conference today. So, yeah, we you know, Mike, there were like 30 people inside Microsoft who were talking about this game and how much we enjoyed the story. But this gave people a chance for, hey, your audio people started hearing what some of the narrative people were saying. Your narrative people were hearing what the audio people were saying, and they were all talking about it. But more importantly, they were thinking about narrative from the top, like from the beginning. They were thinking about it all holistically and starting to say, I am going to think about narrative while I'm playing this game. So you know what means that what's going to happen from that is when I'm working on this other game that I'm working on right now, I'm naturally going to start thinking more about narrative. It's going to soak in. I'd really recommend to people, it doesn't matter how big, small your company is, if you do it with a group of fellow students, whatever, it's a really great exercise to just start diving into, oh, story, how does this work? All right, and then finally, you know, once you've got the right team, once they are all there, yeah, you want to treat your people well because you're only going to get really good loyalty and productivity if you do that. It's also just the right thing to do, you know. There's enough people in this, you know, in various entertainment industries that will be not nice to people. So look out for each other, do those kind of things. All right, and don't forget this in success. When things get really big, it's a lot easier when you're making Brothers, when you're making Thomas Was Alone, when you're making some of the smaller games as well. It is, one of the great things is it is easier to have a creative vision holder, to push for something all in one direction, to keep the various pieces wrangled. When you start to get a 300, 400, 500 person team together making a game, it absolutely becomes harder. And you start to think of the people on your team a little bit more like cogs. Maybe some of you feel like a cog in one of those things. But, you know, we can change it from the ground up. All right, I think we have maybe just enough time to do this. And I'm sorry, I'm going to actually have to skip out to the web because the thing that my company sent me was actually corrupted. So I just wanted to show a little bit of this. It's great to work at. I wish I worked with people who understood technology a little better. Let's see. Just want to show you this first. Oh no, what happened? It's not up there. I'm sorry, what was that? Because I'm looking at it here. It's awesome, by the way. Oh, no. Okay, well, you know what? We're not going to be able to show it here. That's fine. Yeah, nah, let's not worry about it. So, sorry about that, folks. I was going to show you this awesome thing of, can you do that? I don't know. See, I work at Microsoft. I know nothing about technology. Don't worry about it. So, yeah, what I was going to just show you is a clip that actually all of you can see on YouTube, as I said. But, you know, it was Sam Lake sort of talking about some of the stuff that we're doing on Quantum Break. And what is really exciting about Quantum Break, how many, I mean, I'm assuming most people here have heard of this project. It really is an interesting push on what you can do with interactive and linear media and how the two of them can work well together. And I will tell you, I have never, ever worked on a project that is more narratively complex than this. But the thing that gives me real confidence that we're going to pull off all the promises that we're making about the fact that the way you play the game impacts the show you see. And the show absolutely informs the way you should play the game. And there are going to be, you know, different endings. There's going to be an actual ownership of the story from the people who are playing it. The only way we can pull that off is because we've got really strong communication between all of our disciplines. You know? And Sam is really there at the helm of things, particularly on the game side and pushing stuff out. I'm working over on the TV side a lot of things and pushing to him, and we talk almost daily about the various things that are going on here. And I'm actually really excited about it, and I'm confident that we're going to deliver on all the things that last E3 we said we were going to deliver on. because we've actually started to, everyone believes how important story is. We're talking with the artists. I talk with our designer daily about how we can create more of that story integration. So anyway, we need to wrap up, and I want to give you guys time for a little bit of questions. So summary, story has a lot of untapped potential, and it's the people that are going to actually realize that potential. And hey, you know what? You are people in the games industry. So be excellent, be collaborative, and let's do this. All right. And that's it. All right, if you guys have questions, I'm happy to do it. If you want to get in touch with me, probably the best way to do it, if you have questions later that you think of, probably just grab me on Twitter, then we can exchange information and be able to do anything that way. But are there questions anyone wants to ask on anything? Hello? If not, that's okay. But really, you don't have some story problem, you don't have some question about... Everything I said was crystal clear? All right. Fair enough. Oh, there's something up there.
Hello. Hello. I'm Mike, by the way. Thank you for mentioning my game. That's awesome. Yeah, no, my question was the product law site that you had, the energy drink thing.
Ah, yeah.
You mentioned you had like 4 departments working on that. How do you manage, or whatever, how do you manage to get something cohesive out of that at the other end?
Well, okay, when it comes down to the departments, everybody has really defined things that they do there. So in terms of actually interfacing with the production studio, that was all done through a group at Insomniac who does all of their publicity, their community management, all of that kind of thing. But so they were points on actually getting the production done. But they would send us the wireframes. They would send us all of the text, the information on a regular basis. And we had a weekly call that was standing, and then sometimes would have a second call whenever we needed it. Because, of course, the Microsoft folks are in Seattle, Insomniac folks are down in Los Angeles, and that's, a good 2.5-hour flight away from each other. So we'd had to do most of it by phone. But we would do also video conferences as we were doing a lot of the brainstorming at the beginning too, because there was some back and forth, and we knew we kind of wanted something about the corporate site, because the corporation is kind of a pretty key villain in this. And so we wanted to kind of start to seed that. But the way in which we did it, what was the focus? Is it just a corporate site like you would go to and be like, we talked about the fact, oh, could you have like jobs postings and all those other things that you would see on just a plain old corporate site? And we decided, no, the core of this game is really about this energy drink. You see it play out kind of at the beginning. You play with it throughout most of the game. It comes into play. And so all that process, though, was some back and forth. And sometimes we at Microsoft would our creative team would go back and forth and say, oh, we think it would be really cool to do this. And we'd type something up and we'd send it over to them. We'd set a call for the next day when they've had a chance to read it and go over it. Am I saying that's the most efficient way to do it? It would have been a lot more efficient if we were all in the same building. But the key to it was really communication and making sure that everyone had very clear things that they were in charge of. So at the end of the day, I had to sign off on all the text and content that was on there. Our marketing team was actually paying for it, so they had to deal with all the bills, and therefore they wanted to relate it to their spend. And there's also things on the site, as you scroll down, that mention other dates that might happen to coincide with E3 and Comic-Con and PAX and other stuff. They're not called out as that, but there's reasons that they're on there because it weaves into our marketing plan, and there will be new events that pop up at each one of those. And so that's really, it was just sheer force of will for communication.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah. Down here. I don't know. Sure, go ahead, shout.
I'm going to whisper this, okay?
Excellent.
Let's
Let's whisper.
Do you feel, just a little bit, bearing in mind, you know, we've got Journey, we've got Papa and Yo, we've got Gone Home, we've got Dear Esther. Do you feel, and don't take this the wrong way, but do you feel just a little bit that Microsoft is kind of playing catch up? I mean, and that's not a bad thing. It's a good thing, but it's a good thing to be kind of really transparent about it, because I think you might find that, you know, especially addressing a Nordic community who've done a lot of experimentation in story and done some really amazing work. And, you know, I think there's probably a, let's call it a dialogic relationship that you might have with this particular community. I mean, I'd just like you to sort of react to that. You can insult me as well if you want.
No, I don't. You, look, I think, let me say that I was hired a couple years ago by Microsoft, and they made a big investment in narrative because I think they realized that it was a really important thing to be doing, and they could be doing it better. And I think this also relates to the things I was saying before. When you do have what is a smaller team, you actually have a lot more ability to innovate. And so I think as we're talking about the community and the collective and how we have to all move this forward together, many of those innovations are actually really going to come out of the indie game community or out of much smaller productions. You know, the ones I was citing as things that I thought were interesting weren't really, you know, AAA games. They weren't, you know, I think what we're doing with Quantum Break is cool, and what we're doing with Quantum Break can only be done with that kind of budget. So it's a chance for that game to do that. Is it going to be across the board the most innovative story? No, it's one type of innovation that will build on another type of innovation that will build on another type of innovation. And so, yeah, I personally think that I don't even think I'm saying anything.
You can say
well,
yes.
But I feel like indie games make much more innovation across the board. I feel like, yeah, when it comes to doing high-end graphics, when you get your super high frame rates and download speeds and all that kind of stuff, yeah, that takes some of those big engines. But the stuff when it comes to real creative innovation, it's rarely in AAA. You know, and so that's why when we have Game Club, we don't tend to look at AAA games. We look at other stuff to learn from it because we recognize we need to learn from smaller things. We need to learn from different communities other than just US-centric communities. Because, yeah, we certainly don't have it all figured out, but, you know, I'm trying to think if I can at least recognize that we might have a chance to start catching up and do better things. Yeah.
Thanks.
So I'm wondering if you guys are getting into virtual reality games and storytelling, because I'm really interested. So I would like to know, what do you have?
I think Microsoft is always looking at new technologies and the way to tell stories. That's the thing I love most about my job, probably, is the fact that you get to see new technologies that are coming up and ways that that's there and blend them with, you know, with story and try and find the best story to show what that technology can do and have technology allow you to tell better stories. So they're always looking at new platforms. You know, I'm personally not working on anything in that virtual reality space. You know, I wouldn't say that no one is there. I don't, you know, that's not, they can be siloed too in a lot of ways. You know, there's a lot of like, oh yeah, I don't know necessarily what's going on the floor beneath me or above me. So it, I think, would absolutely be something that I could see Microsoft getting into because so many other people are. So. Absolutely, and to me, sorry, the question, in case you couldn't hear, the question was really about virtual reality and storytelling, and I think the big challenge in virtual reality / storytelling, and this is kind of a challenge anytime you're working with a new technology and telling story, is telling a story that doesn't feel gimmicky. You know, doesn't feel like something that you're just trying to show off, ooh, look what we can do, fancy dancy, you know, it's, because that's, I think, the place where people go, oh, it can do this, so let's show it off, rather than having it be integral and woven into the story and the way we were kind of talking about. Your whole experience should really be as woven together. And so just like the game stuff, though, I suspect that the solution to that in virtual reality is going to be, all the various people have to be contributing to the story. It is a good challenge, yeah. It's exciting though. I mean, it's super exciting to see what we can do with all these new things, you know, and then we reset our curve and say, what are we doing now at the beginning of virtual reality for storytelling? It's an interesting one. Anything else? All right, anyway, I guess we're out of time. Thank you guys so much.
Hello everybody, welcome to the breaking news last wrap-up session for Nordic Game. Really good to see so many people, actually pretty surprising actually. And this is my really shitty PowerPoint skills. It's only get worse and downhill from here, I'm sure. Actually, we'd like to start with a really short Q&A right now. So if you have any questions, now, okay, no Q&A, that's fine, that's it, okay? We're done with the Q&A, no Q&A anymore. And I should say that we have all suffered like the normal Nordic Game symptoms right now, so I know you're kind of going downhill from here, so we try to speak really slowly, really articulate, I hope so, because I think you're experiencing some of those symptoms as well, as we are up here on stage. So we have a lot of water, coffee, I hope you're comfortable as well. My name is Thomas, this is Ina Bäckström, she's a game producer for Paradox, and this is Armin Ibisakic? Perfect. Ibisakic, yeah, from Coffee Stain Studios, or the Goat Simulator developers. Wow. Goat Simulator? Hey, give me a hand. Woo! Woo! And right now, we really hope to be kind of like this Tetris brick for you all right now. We came to fuck shit up, trying to making a light-hearted end to this Nordic game show. So in short, we have this little program summary, what we're going to talk about, and maybe not going to talk about, payments versus passion. That's like a universal theme. I think we've seen it all in the some of the talks here. And the exploitative versus the creative people. I like that distinction as well. We're going to talk a bit about Nordic culture and Nordic games versus the world, of course. What is the difference? What makes us different in the Nordic region compared to the rest of the world, and what doesn't, actually? We're going to talk a little about the key sessions wrapped up in eatable quotes, so you can get them in your mind, get them stick. So when you go on weekend, you all know what happened here the last 3 days. Maybe we're going to talk about why there are only like 5 women speakers on the program, so what the fuck is that about? And we have a quest for emotions as well. That's also one of the central themes, I would say, for many of the talks. We have awards, treats, prizes, hugs, and karaoke as well. So I think it's going to be a good afternoon until like 5 o'clock, and then you can all leave and go home to weekend. I talked to Jacob Ries, who actually told me to use the official slide template for Nordic Game Conference, where you actually have this, you have to use this for all your talks. You have the puppet video, and you have the full-length playthrough video down here. I hate to say I couldn't do it. It was too hard to make all the slides like that. So I'm gonna dump that, if it's okay with you. And the sound is really bad. So can I mute it? No, I cannot mute it. Maybe I can go ahead. But first of all, I would like to talk a bit about the main difference between, of course, Europe and the USA, also in game terms wise. And to do that, we have a very special guest I'd like to welcome on stage. I think many of you know her actually, and I promise to mute the sound here, because this is from yesterday's party. Actually, it's more fun when you don't have the sound on. She's singing like a prayer for Madonna, and I think the moves are just fantastic. I promised, no, yeah, that's good, Lee, no sound. So will you please welcome Lee Alexander on stage. Lee?
Thank you very much for that.
We invited you on stage because you wrote this. This was actually the first article you published on Gamma Sutra related to Nordic Game Conference. Why are Nordic Game developers so good, even though it was the Swedish game developers, but that's okay. And I know, Ina, you have some
yeah, I'm just going to grab it from here, actually. And you can live comment
I'm
that you
do
promised
that,
to do. So,
yeah.
hey, welcome. So Hi. you're gonna catch a flight in like 10 minutes. 10
minutes. I got to actually just run right out of here like a in-and-out type thing.
Okay,
but I'm really
we'll
happy to be here. It's my first Nordic game.
So you just wrote an article on Gamma Sutra on Nordic game culture.
Yes.
Tell us shortly about that.
Well, it was from the speech given by David Pofeld from Massive Entertainment that he opened the event with. I don't know if I can't say anyone's name here, right? I'm having a hard time as a foreigner with the names. I've met a Jon, a Yoon, a Eunice, a Jonas. It's hard for me to do if I'm ever getting it right. But so David, I think I said David, right? He spoke about what creates game culture in the Nordic, the development culture in the Nordic region, because all around the world it's known as being especially strong. And while he said he didn't like to stereotype about cultures, he talked about, he thinks that one of the things that defines the people here is over the years of living in harsh conditions and harsh winters, like it's so harsh here right now. This is the nicest weather I've seen in weeks. But thanks to the harsh conditions, Nordic developers placed a strong emphasis on tools and practical advice. And he said something like, don't trust anyone that doesn't have a practical advice. And another thing I've noticed about people here, and it's really my first time, yeah, my first time being here, and one thing I've noticed people say a lot is, of course, like all the time in conversation, of course. And in a weird way, I think that one little linguistic idiosyncrasy kind of maybe says something about the ethics of being prepared, like, of course.
The efficiency,
of
obviously.
Course. Yep.
Do you agree, Armin?
I think it definitely has to do, like if you compare Sweden or the Nordic countries to like other European countries like Spain and Italy, I definitely think it has to do with like the fact that the weather is so shit here. Like we only stay inside and play video games, because if you live in Italy or Spain, you know, you're walking around on the beach, you're having a great time, you're socializing with people, everyone's really beautiful. But in Sweden, I think we have like this nerd culture, we have DreamHack, we have everything, and we like to play a lot of video games, and I think that
like basically everywhere else, everyone has a life.
Everyone is really happy in all other countries.
Well, the thing that I think of here actually that's been different from my experience of GDC is that I think people here are less nerdy and have better social skills despite the fact that they work in game development, which, you know what I mean? People my whole time here have just come up to me and been, hi. I'm like, hi, you know, do we know you? No, I'm just, you know, saying hello and wanted to talk about my work. Okay. Wow, like everyone's super friendly, whereas usually if someone comes up to me at GDC and wants to talk to me, I'm always like, oh, what does this awkward person want right now? Actually, so I don't think that, I think that somehow they've managed to cultivate a strong computer games culture here and also remained nice, charming, lovely people. So
that's lovely.
Very positive impression of everybody here.
Go us.
Yay.
Awesome. But if you, I mean.
No!
But if you like compare it to American culture, for an example, which I think have a more strong crunch culture, and we try to not do that here.
Yeah, that was actually another point that David made in his talk, that there is a culture of fair labor here, and he said importantly that games development is a marathon, not a sprint. In my part of the world, a lot of people do that sprint culture, where they'll crunch for like 8 to 18 months on something like really brutally, and then the core team disperses and moves on to the next project. And that isn't really a sustainable or healthy working culture for the people that do games development, and it results maybe in products that aren't as strong as if you are able to have a high quality of life, have a diverse array of hobbies and interests and influences, and can also plan for the long term rather than for the sprint. And another thing David said is he has the pleasure of working with people who have been in their work for 15 years. Like that doesn't often happen in America. We have very few people who stay at the same company for a long time. So, yep, yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Thank you.
Okay. Well, something that has come up in some of the talks, actually a lot of talks, is the whole part where we should be really nice to each other, and that a part of that is having a flat like company culture.
Yes.
Do you feel like that specifically? Because you mentioned that. Is that something very Nordic?
Well, I don't know about that. There are a lot of companies in America that claim to be lateral and collaborative and not very hierarchical. They have some companies that are famous for having sort of open development structure, and yeah, and so I think that people are still experimenting with various management structures that work. But in general, in game development, people are happy at work when they feel their views are being respected, and if people are happy at work, they make good products. But that is something he emphasized as being specific to what he sees as the culture here, that because of the need for everything to be practical and efficient, it doesn't matter what your title is. If you have a good idea, and if the idea is useful, then it can be listened to, and that people also very sort of build trust very carefully. They know, they know not to just shout out whatever's in their head, but they plan carefully for what to offer. And in turn, a manager person with an eye for the practical would accept that.
I think you would agree a lot with that, Armin, right?
I actually think that we have a. I don't know how it looks in the United States, but I think we have a really flat structure in general in Swedish
It may be the norm here, whereas in America it's rarer.
Yeah, and the norm here is like, I think we're a little bit more laid back. And I think that is good, especially for indie games. And I think that's why we're seeing like so many artistic games coming from the Nordic region.
Yeah. But high quality artistic games as well. When you say someone's laid back, you know, you're used to seeing, you expect it's going to be kind of loopy and crazy, and that's good sometimes. But you know, clean lines, efficient shapes, beautiful colors.
Great. So actually, switching from to another topic, I know that you mentioned that you were a little disappointed that there were so few female speakers actually this year.
Yeah, we had all been looking at the program together, and Thomas had actually been the one counting. I want to give him the credit for noticing that, because I always appreciate when men in my workspace are also interested in equality. And I've been speaking to a lot of women developers here, and they say that because it's so exceptionally liberal in this part of the world, people don't often realize that workplace inequality still exists in a lot of social ways. Like, I think it's more likely for people to realize that, you know, fair treatment of all people is important here, and it's a cultural value here. But sexism often manifests in really subtle ways. Some people think that sexism is, oh, a man pinched my butt, or like, oh, he said a slur to me. But instead, it's what it is when women at work just feel a little less listened to than men. Or if you walk into a room full of game developers and you see a couple women and you just don't really introduce yourself to them because you assume they're somebody's girlfriend and not important. And that doesn't mean you're a bad person. You know, you don't set out intending to be hostile or exclude anyone, but we all, women or men, have attitudes about equality that we express and manifest in our daily lives without even noticing, that come from the messages that are fed to us by wider society. So a lot of the women I spoke to here said they sometimes have a harder time dealing with feeling undermined at work because this expectation here is that the problem is already solved. So I guess when I was speaking to Thomas about you know, the women speakers, why are there so few? Sometimes, you know, women are socialized to believe that they shouldn't speak up and offer something, especially when they're used to being undermined at work. So one way maybe that the festival can include more diverse speakers next year is to specifically reach out and invite people. And importantly, invite them not only to talk about being women, but to talk about the work they do.
I was going to get to that actually, because usually people ask you to talk about how is it to be a woman in the industry, and I've never been in anything else, so I can't really comment on that. So it's a natural state of being for me. But why is it important to have women talking about other things, about what you're good at, my job description, which is good?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to denigrate panels like One Reason to Be, where women come and speak about their experiences and they speak about the challenges that they face, because it's not a solved problem. And that's nice that people feel free to share those ideas and be heard by others who maybe want to learn about their experiences. But if everyone's like, oh, we care about diversity, so we have this one room where all the women sit in and talk about diversity. You know, if we're just sectioned off into the diversity track or the women's track, we're not really contributing to the wider conversation about game development. So I think most women I know want to talk about whatever it is they do, whether that's AI or journalism or, you know, whatever their job is. They want to share their insights and their expertise and be respected on that. So that's what real diversity initiatives look like, is being ensuring that when we speak about a topic, we hear from all different kinds of people on that topic.
There's been a lot of talk about passion, and passion is very important in the gaming industry, and obviously everyone wants to share what they're passionate about. So, I mean, there's a few other articles coming up in Gamma Sutra from here. What are they going to be?
Yeah, I hope so. Yes. I sometimes follow them and I wait for them to put them up, and so I don't really know what the schedule for it is. But
what are they going to be about?
Well, actually, I think I maybe finished. My last one was about Monument Valley. I attended the talk today about the tools that were used to build that game. And they spoke about how having really good tools is like building a user experience for the developer. If the tools are simple and are a pleasure to use and are efficiently designed to do the job that, you know, to achieve the objective of the game, I think that it makes the development easier and more flexible. They had a really thoughtful and considered way in which they built the tools for this game that fed through all the way to the result of the game, which, if you're familiar with Monument Valley, is an amazing little design object. So they talked about the simplicity and efficiency of how they developed that game, which I thought was really interesting.
So I know you're going to have to leave now, actually. If you don't want to miss your plane.
The airport. I have a plane to catch. I've had such a fun time at my first Nordic Game. It was so nice meeting everyone that I got to meet. And thank you for having me. It's been awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So back to you, Thomas.
Fantastic. Yeah, actually, I have to switch to a different screen now. I'm going to do this. And actually, I made the Indiana Jones fanfare, but I think it was too low. You can't hear it. That was Lee leaving, so let's try it. So we do that as well. I have numerous sound effects up here, so yeah. I'm just going to do this. Yeah, and actually I didn't attend this One Reason to Be panel. It didn't look like this, sorry. It looked like this, starting with childhood images, but I heard there was crying. Was that right? Oh, okay. I hope it was good. Did you attend it? You didn't
No,
attend it?
I was in a business meeting.
Okay. Did anyone you attend it? Was it good? Yes. Okay, yes. Fantastic. Should we have like more of that? Yes. Okay, cool. Fantastic. I'm going to skip ahead here because I'm going to talk a little bit about the keynote. I think you saw David. I just collected some of the good quotes when he went on stage, actually, about this. He's not actually making a game, he's making a world. I think that's a really, really good comment and argument for all of you game devs out there. Don't just make this game, make a continuous good world you want to live in. And actually, the nerdiness of David Braben was, I mean, really, really fantastic. I mean, if he ever made a spaceship, I would so go. I mean, who wouldn't trust your life into David's hands? That would be awesome. Especially if you all took toothbrushes and tried to sell them in this galaxy. Now, this notion of trying to have the players actually destroy the sales system or trade system in the game, I think that's really awesome as well. To give them some kind of agency over that as well. Yeah, and of course, this is the fun fact, the code was like 22 KB as less than most emails today, so that's a lesson learned. And I was going to show a lot of gameplay trailers while I was doing this, but yeah, it came out wrong, sorry. Next up, actually, I saw some really, really good comments on making a hit without marketing from Cirkuson. Really, really hard to pronounce that name. So I'm just going to call him Mr. Image and Form, maybe. He started actually singing the blues before he went to did a talk. I think that should be something we should all do next year, to start the talk with a song. That could be awesome. But he had some really good advice for newcomers. I mean, also just be fun, change yourself into a fun person, be fun in emails, and talks be interesting. And
I mean, fun is a very interesting word that shows up everywhere, yeah. But no one can actually really define what fun is. It's very vague.
Yeah, it is. How would you define it then?
That's like a great tip to like make a fun game.
Yeah,
and be.
So make a fun game and you'll be okay.
Make a fun game. Yeah.
You'll earn money.
And then the publishers will chase you. That's the best advice ever.
I'll be coming for you.
Wow, fantastic. Okay, are you striving to be fun when you communicate in your emails?
It very much depends on what kind of person I'm dealing with.
Okay.
I think personal is obviously always very good, but a little fun is good.
So when are you not fun?
Some meetings and so on. I think that would be a bad place to be too fun.
Okay, so there's a limit to the humor. Okay,
I think so too, actually.
And you're
unfortunately, I would say.
Always fun.
You're always
fun
all
the time.
Okay.
Yeah, like when we were nominated for the Indie Awards, for example, I said that if we don't win, I will kill myself.
Yeah.
And we didn't win.
And what are you doing here then?
So this is what you have to look forward.
Well, the thing is that, you know, basically no one ever listens to me unless I threaten to kill myself.
Okay. So maybe you should have death threats in all your emails when you're sending out.
Actually,
please accept my game or I'll kill myself.
When we send out the
that's a good advice.
The review. So I'm a PR manager for Coffee Stain, so I send out review codes to journalists. And when we sent them out for Goat Simulator, I just said that, you know, if you give us a bad review, I'm going to kill myself.
Seriously, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you also had a really good quote on
it's Goat Simulator.
But if you do that too many times, people are going to get used to it. Like Armin, he's the guy who threatens to kill himself, and it's not going to be anything
that's gonna
anymore.
Be memorable.
That's
be
like,
good. Fantastic. Okay.
He does that.
Well, Jan Sigurdsson also said game journalists are really lonely people that need new best friends and make it personal. Yeah, we are really lonely.
Aww.
Yeah, and he said, hugging is nice, getting hugged is nicer. Interact with people closely and personal. Okay. I've seen a lot of hugs at Nordic Game. I think the hug rate is kind of higher than normal US conferences. So
I do that actually. I'm not always fun, but I hug people.
Okay,
I think that's nice.
Until they are fun. You just
exactly.
Hug them.
Then it's
okay, fantastic.
cut off.
Yeah, and the last good advice would ask, don't tell, just don't tell, just don't inform. So be lively when you're doing this this communication, of course, with the publishers and the press. I also attended this. I think most of you saw Steve. Really fantastic talk about killing the game industry. I did some. I copied some tweets there. Some of the best ones were like this one with Call of Duty. Also this one. yeah, it's actually really strange to see the Unreal video before that. So, but it felt
I
right.
like the Unreal video. It's very.
I think it would be good with like classical sound, something different. I mean, different music. That could be fun.
I really like the Unreal Engine. It's practical and really good to use. We have an exclusive with Epic.
Okay, that's a sponsored message. Ding. Cool.
Do you have a sound effect for the sponsor messages?
Let's see. I have one maybe. Should I find a good one? Let's see. It could be like this one. Is that good?
Yeah, it's fitting.
Okay. Also have like game over. I don't know. Maybe that. Jon said keyboards are for writing, suicide notes not for dancing. That was an awesome quote as well from Steve. And this I like PR killing the game industry. I'll tell you more, but it's under embargo until next week. Fantastic. And many people actually had tears in their eyes. So also Jonathan here had tears in his eyes and standing ovation for Steve. So really awesome. Good going. Next up, I went to see this Marty O'Donnell. I mean, and when I don't know, I got really goosebumps when I heard the Halo theme again with the Gregorian chants and all that. And he also played a really nice little jingle here. Can I get sound? I get sound. This was like before the Halo, I think.
Rocks candy and blah blah blah. Pop and rocks candy with a pop and a smile. Mary Gazarian, candy dance smile.
So that's how you start making the Halo soundtrack. That's fantastic.
Can we see just like 5 seconds of that one without sound?
Yeah, of course. Go back. I just do this. I do this. Is that better? Everything is more fun without sound.
His dance looks like he really needs to go to the bathroom.
That's right. That's right. I think he did actually. He drank a lot of water during that talk, so you're probably right. Yeah, and his keynotes were like, "Don't be mean to Inner Goose." It doesn't make any sense at all if you didn't went to the talk. But he talked about this golden eggs, like where you shouldn't like kick the goose. You should really examine who's laying the golden eggs, of course. He's also had this really quote, "What's my big inspiration? Deadlines." So yeah, it actually helps, and I can say that for a fact as well. Yeah, I said, don't mistake the golden egg for the goose that laid it. That's also good advice. So
I understand as a publishing producer, I'm here to represent exploiting people then, I guess.
Are you the exploiting people?
Oh, I just thought that there was a corporation feeling to that, so I guess that I've gone dark side.
So how do you exploit people, Ina?
Of course I don't. We never do.
Okay.
No, I felt there was a nice tone to this and a lot of other speeches about being kind to people in the business. I really felt that also the entire event and a lot of the session has a very kind feeling to it. I really appreciate that with this event.
To be kind to the creative people and to the geese.
Not just to your inner goose, you know. Be kind to everybody around you.
That's right. Do you have inner geese, a goose as well? Or do you have one, or do you have numberal geese inside?
A goose?
A goose.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
That's right, doesn't make any sense. But you're a creative person, so that's good. Marty also had this hand of leadership, I like that, which is like the 4 rules that you should really try to embody when you have a game culture. So start meeting about what I think, what you think, talk, what we think, then action, and then like repeat that. And then you have a good flat company structure as well, where you actually listen to the creative people. Is that something you can recognize, Ina?
Absolutely. I think it was what we talked about with Lee just before now as well, that we have a lot of that, and I think we should really appreciate that. I think it really helps creativity and people feeling said and like their ideas is heard, and you can actually go talk to the executives because they're on the same floor and they're very approachable all the time.
And you show them the hand.
Exactly, show them the hand and they know what's up. I think that's very important to a company structure.
Okay.
Definitely.
Cool, show them 2 hands. It's going to be a long meeting.
Yes.
Yeah. And then his final advice was 3 lessons for how to stay creative. Stay alive, ship, and make money. Okay, easy. Leave lesson. That's good. He also talked about how to actually care for your goose. So that was cool. I mean, they eat grass and they just like to get out the rain. That's it. But actually, it was kind of cool to see Leia from Microsoft having the same notion to treat the creative people well as well. because it's the right thing to do. It fosters creativity, ensures loyalty as well, right?
Definitely.
So yeah, it's a good theme. And also, it really ties into, I don't know if you saw Steve Gaynor's talk about the Gone Home and trusting people, about trusting your players as well. This is, the Colombian street party, of course. But he talked a lot about pedestrian walks and about how you really trust the cars to stop when you walk out of them. So we had like this really, taken totally out of context, of course, right? But about the tutorials here, I don't trust you to the player. In Gone Home, the only reason to explore the game is to find a narrative. So that, of course, is the motivation to go through Gone Home. And they took a chance, and that's the only reason they found the audience, because it was such a different game than we've seen out there. And this is about trust. Players start playing on the assumption that the game will be good. It gives us a trust by instinct, and we should really use that as a game developers. That's really a key asset in making good games, I would say. Are you trusting your players when you make good games?
I think you have to, depending on what kind of game you do. I work at Paradox. We try to make pretty hardcore games, so you definitely have to trust the player then. It's very important.
Okay.
Don't hold them by the hand too much, or they'll get bored.
Yeah, we made Sanctum 2 a year ago, and we wanted to make a really good tutorial, but I think the best way when you design a game is just to not make a tutorial, because if you need a tutorial, then you're probably doing something wrong.
Okay.
I like tutorials. I'm going to defend tutorials. I think a smooth learning curve is very important, especially if you make complex games, so you don't shut anyone out that maybe would like the game anyways.
But I could agree with you, but I think that there are so many super complex games that don't have any tutorials, like DayZ, like Rust, like Minecraft. But if you just make the first 30 seconds of the game interesting, players are gonna keep playing and they're gonna find out stuff themselves. And I think that's where you need to trust your player base.
Good, yeah. Maybe you can make you have to pay to get the tutorial and make the game super complex.
Oh, we're already onto that.
That could be fantastic.
Yeah, there'll be lots of microtransactions for the entire tutorial.
Yeah,
and you'll have to pay to do everything new. Yeah, exactly.
Fantastic.
It's the new thing.
That's not evil
It's
at
going to
all.
replace free to play.
Maybe I should play the evil laugh now. I don't know. Is that time for that?
Please don't. Please don't.
That's fine. Okay. Fantastic.
Paradox publisher.
We talked about Monorail Valley. That was a good session as well. Building the impossible in Unity. Then there was Lea Hoyer from Microsoft talking about narrative and about the good story is never about the idea, it's about the execution as well. And if you have this conflict between fun and story, then you are really doing it wrong. Is that something that you can relate to as well?
They should have just listened to Image and Form's presentation and made a fun game.
Okay.
That's
when you play it, it's fun.
Okay.
Yeah, this is one of the. There was a lot of really good talks about story. That's obviously something that people are looking at and trying to find out and find new ways. And this was a really good one. And she brought up a list of people. She asked an executive for a list with prioritization, and it was fun on top of it. You can't define that. You can't quantify that. And it was. What was the next one? The taking charges or microtransactions or something.
Yeah,
and then it was gameplay. And I feel both story and how you ask people to pay for stuff, it has to be a part of the gameplay. I mean, you can't put those in a list and just put them aside. You have to have them integrated with each other. I think it's very important for both of them.
Yeah, that's right. Then I have some strange note here. I'm going to jump ahead a bit. Let's see here. Yeah, and this actually goes into, we have a news session here about what if Mario had feelings actually, and that ties into the talk that Massimo did. We have this news which just came out from our news team out in the fields. So I hope there's a sound of this one.
It's the bed! It's getting worse!
Mario, what happened?
Luigi, I hit the block! I hit it with my head!
Why did you hit the block?
I thought there'd be a single golden coin! Some of them have coins!
Really?
No! Luigi, no!
video. I think it deserves
That will
applause.
happen. I think that's good. I will feel really sorry for Luigi, of course. But I think it really ties into, of course, the whole emotions about that and what Massimo said about, really interesting about it's really still socially acceptable to hate games. And how do we kind of not combat it, but change that perception in like mainstream media as well and the social. He talked about the game mechanics, we can touch other kinds of emotions. So he tried to really said we should play with Legos and we should understand, of course, why games are so different art forms than all the other kinds, not lent that much from film and all that. Is that something you can comment on?
In the previous speech we talked about from Microsoft, she used Brothers as a really good example for using your. I mean, some of you probably saw that. We said that you use both the sticks, and they will act differently for different characters to describe those characters, and that's a great way of telling you something about this character and giving you a context, and that's also a way of actually telling a story. The context is a story as well. I think that was a really, really nice example.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, and I definitely think that this thing about hating games is something that is really disappearing more and more for like every day today, with games being so wider and way more people are playing games right now. People that aren't gamers, like in the 90s, you only had like a specific type of people that computer geeks played games, right? But now everyone plays games, so I think that it's something that's really great for the industry.
It's gonna go away, and we have so many different types of games. There's something for everybody. You can't say I hate games because you can't say I hate films. There are some films that are pure art. There are some games that are pure art. There are games that are focused on game mechanics and games that focus on exploration and so on. So it's a very weird statement.
Yeah, it's funny, but when I met that notion, I hate games, then I just say, okay, you also hate like playing cards, or you hate going bowling or something like that, and then people know, I like that. So that's good games.
So you like playing games.
Yeah, so you still like games. So if you go, define games as the whole spectrum, then you get them. Then you can call out the bullshit. And that's a good part.
That's a good one.
This doesn't make sense, so I'm going to skip ahead here. Actually, I think it's time to go to the awards, and I have a fanfare for that as well. So we have some really, really cool awards this year. Yeah, baby.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, fantastic. First up is a really, really awesome award called the Best Use of Animal in a Talk. I really like that. And of course it goes to Matthew O'Donnell for the Dead Goose. Woo! Give me a hand. I don't know if he's out there. Are you out there? Probably not. Okay. That was a really hard photo, Marty, so really shocking. Okay, next up is best slide for like the whole Nordic Game Conference. There's a lot of contenders here actually. This one I like, coordinate graphs, fantastic. I wasn't actually at that talk, but just looking at that looks cool. So I actually like this one as well. In this all like Amstrad, Commodore 64, Glory, all that. That's kind of cool. Then we have the One Reason to Be panel, who like use child pictures to evoke emotions. That's a good trick. It works here as well.
Smart.
And they also went to like really child drawings to evoke even bigger emotions. Wow, that's fantastic. And I actually loved this with Massimo's talk. It was really, really good. Especially this one, how he never writes a story. It's just totally blank, the pages. And actually, I haven't like decided on a winner. So who should win this best slide?
Oh my God, that's a hard question. Yeah. Should we vote? Maybe?
I don't know. What do you say? Oh, there's so many. Maybe this one? I don't know. Boo, this one. Hey, well, can we hear one? Is that good?
Come on, don't be so shy.
Hey, okay, this one. Shout out. This one.
Wasn't it first one?
This one? This one? Or this one?
Nope, not that one.
This one? I think we have a winner here! Woo! I don't know, is Riker here? Is Riker here? You're there. Okay, actually you won a ticket for Nordic Game Conference 2015. So
Yay.
You're coming. Yeah. What? Okay, this is coming too. 2 tickets for you guys, okay? Fantastic. Give me a hand. Okay. Next up is a new award, the best jingle combined with dance. And actually, there's not much debate here, of course. It goes to Martin Donald as well. That's good, right? Okay. He won 2 awards. That's okay. Then I discovered yesterday that we have really, really strange party behavior in the Nordic region. So I made up this best, most awkward Nordic party behavior. And it goes to this group of people from Norway. Like out there, some of the Norwegians, I don't know, because I don't know what happened. I just like looked at them and then suddenly they did this up against the wall. I don't know, it's like some kind of evil regime coming to take them away or shoot them. I don't know. But really, really awkward award. Behavior for that one. That's fantastic. Next up is best tweet. A little bit more serious, maybe. We have good contenders here. We have Lars Kroll. That's a good name, from Denmark. So last year I had a meeting with this venture capitalist last year. And this is like the face hugger from Alien. I think that's good. I like that. Everyone loves face huggers, right? Then we have this, oh God, more Q&A, why? That shows emotions. I think that's good. I like that. We had this one from you, Armin. I like that. There's not enough chamomile tea in the world to calm my rage. And you look so calm now. You're totally relaxed. You're just like, So you're giving up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, to everyone who voted for me or for our game, thanks. To everyone who didn't, you're dead to me. And
and you'll kill yourself.
I'm gonna kill myself.
Okay.
We got it.
Okay. Do you need a sound for that? Oh no. Maybe this one.
By the power of Grayskull.
That's kind of cool. Okay. Next tweet, I like this. Only in game design talk, the phrase medium range vomit come across as completely natural. That's fantastic. I mean, I couldn't stop laughing at that one. And then the last candidate here nominated on standing game company. If you fail and stop, it's a failure. If you continue, it's a lesson. Love it. You love it. That's a good one. Any opinions? Who should win this? I have a clear candidate. I have a clear favorite, I think.
You're obviously biased.
Yeah, you're biased. You cannot say anything.
No, so I'm gonna vote. I'm gonna vote for the vomit one.
Yeah, me
actually.
too. I think
the
vomit's
good
gonna.
representation.
Okay, Ole, Ivar, Woody, are you in there? Give him a hand. Woo. Oh, he left the building. He left the building. I have a sound for that. Oh, we can also make. Okay, fantastic. But he'll still win a ticket for Nordic Game Conference 2015. Okay. I think this is going to be the last, actually, award this year. Yeah. Maybe I should just roll the tape. I have 2 candidates, actually.
Roll the tapes, and we'll see what the audience says.
I need to turn this really, really loud. Okay. First up.
All right. Men no hairdos. People do nothing. They don't care about the other you. Näsans gone bumping. Näsans gone soul. We're gonna dug on me now. We're gonna take care of things too. Listen to the drummer. Lay down his feet.
Did you ask these if you could show this to the audience?
Give a hand. The first one. For Morten Skovgaard.
He's a very brave man.
Very, very brave man.
Actually, I don't want to be a hater, but I walked in there yesterday night when no one was partying, and I saw that we had karaoke, and I was just, I wanted to die. Like, I wanted to be dead in the ground.
Again?
Okay.
Yeah, like, because
that's kind of a theme with you.
Only the dead could know peace from that awkwardness.
I hope someone is treating that. Could be fun. Okay.
Don't listen to him. Karaoke is awesome.
Yeah, it is. It is. The next and final nominee for that award, this award, is Morten Skovgaard.
Get
Give him a hand.
Passion, that's a winner.
So Morten. And actually, Morten got robbed on the train here to Malmö and lost really all his lovable camera equipment. So all the rage is coming through to the karaoke. And I think that's really just shows the Nordic karaoke spirit. So you just have to sing it out if you are angry.
Sometimes singing is the only way.
Yeah,
it's true.
Frustrated. Actually, there's another, the best demo pod. I just saw it and it was fantastic, this one. And especially this joystick. Wow, I miss those joysticks, right? And how you actually get totally destroyed your hand while doing it. It was fantastic. Last year, I had this award called Most Excessive Use of Dead Academics in One Session. And it went to Matthew Bach from Harmonix, who's actually here again this year, because he mentioned Foucault and Derrida and Irving Goffman and all that. So actually I made most of use of academics in one session this year, and it still goes to Matthew Bach Harmonix. Give him a hand. Woo! Fantastic. He started with Aristotle and went into a lot of theorists, but it was really awesome talk about game genres and the music games that Harmonix are doing. So kudos to that guy. I think actually we are nearing the end here. Maybe I should pull this up and do this. This is actually a little bit of like commercial, because we're having a play festival next week in Copenhagen. So if you are in Copenhagen, then of course drop by. It's really central. We have a really cool keynote speaker called Benedict Coven who's coming, a play guru for like 45 years in this, read a lot of books, Holger Gramaccio, and our own John. So do show up if you want to play, a lot of talks and all that in Copenhagen on May 13th. Okay, I think that's been it. Do you have any final comments for this show? Was it a good Nordic game?
Should I start?
Yeah.
I think it was amazing. This is the first time I was here, same as Lee, and I'm very grateful to be invited. I think I was really impressed with the diversity and like subjects people talked about, and especially how nice it is to be here. It's a really, really nice feeling to this event, so I'm very, very happy that we have this. It was awesome.
Yeah,
well done, everyone.
I definitely agree. Like, it's really cool. Especially this place had really cool talks, and there's like this kind of. Everyone's like really nice here, right? If you've been at GDC or PAX, it's very crowded. It's a lot of people, but it's very, it's very nice here. Everyone's like super nice. I think that's cool.
It's fun and nice here. Yeah, fantastic. Okay.
But even though it's not as stressful, I still feel like we really went through a lot of different subjects that is important to the industry, and especially I feel like the trend definitely was like storytelling and how do we handle that and so on. So I'm going from here with a lot of new thoughts on that.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
Especially with the presentations, we had a pretty good mix of informative stuff and just like really cool, emotional,
Yeah. Passion.
Yeah.
Passion. I have to care about that.
Okay, so we'd like to say thanks to the organizers. Should we give them a hand?
Definitely.
The organizers. Woo! Thank you. Are you out there? Jakob, Eric, Maria. Oh, Paul! Fantastic. Thank you for coming, everybody. I hope you have a really good weekend and a good Nordic Game conference. I hope to see you next year as well. Oh,
I think the organizer wants to say something.
Yeah, stand up and say something. Come up on stage. Give them a hand. Jakob, Eric, Maria, I think. Woo! Yay! Ola.
Does anybody need a mic or something?
Yeah, he's getting the hand mic.
Okay.
Or not? Oh, should I take this? Vad ska jag säga?
Tack! Hope to see you again here next year.
See you next year, right?
That's that.
Thanks.
Thank you for this event. It was awesome.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
You can leave now.
Stay safe out there.
It's over.
Yeah. Bye bye.